First of all, I think we need to apologize for delaying for almost 1 hour, but I think we can now catch up with the time and then be sure that we can exhaust and discuss the most important and agree on the forward, especially for this important meeting. So once again, thank you so much for expressing your interest to work in Rwanda, particularly in the agriculture space. So here we have a team of people from different organizations that are working in agriculture, different capacities. Some of them are in the production, others in servicing, others in marketing, and all of that. But they all work together to develop the agriculture sector in Rwanda. We have some colleagues that are also joining online, virtually, from different institutions, especially government institutions that are there to facilitate and support private sector that work in agriculture, and also a research institution. Myself, I'm called Mirasa. I work for RDB. RDB is Rwanda Development Board, which is in charge of promoting and facilitating private investors, and of course in different sectors of economy, agriculture being one of them. I'm also with my colleague Geoffrey, work together in RDB, in a very important department in terms of skills development, which of course supports the agriculture sector as well. So as you heard, our colleague Lori will be joining us in a few minutes. He's also in the way coming. I'll be able to see him shortly. But in the interest of time, we can now start. I'm here with the colleagues, as I said, from different institutions that are also working in agriculture. I would probably request them to introduce themselves. Probably we'll be able to see them if the camera works well. You can't see them properly, but you can maybe hear their names and where they're coming from. So with that, I'm maybe requesting people to make a big round of introduction. Thank you so much.
Hello, thank you. My name is Geoffrey Nambara. As the moderator said, I work in Rwanda Development Board from Chief Skills Office. Of course, we promote employment in Rwanda. That mandate of connecting graduates or skilled institutions, different institutions, of course, including agriculture, it is in our mandate, and we will be happy also to. We have a database of all graduates, either in Rwanda or abroad, that are specializing in agriculture. So it will be great to work with Rokosan directly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe I don't know if you have colleagues on that are attending this meeting virtually.
Hello, good morning. My name is Mark Mbura. I work for Rwanda Agriculture and Animal Resource Development.
Okay, thank you so much. Anyone on the online? The side of Rwanda? I think, well, so I think now over to you for the introduction and also a presentation. Thank you so much.
Dear participants of the Agroforum, I am pleased to take this opportunity to promote economic cooperation between the Republic of Rwanda and the Slovak Republic. I believe that this event will create possibility and platform for cooperation in various areas of such much needed sustainable agriculture production. In context of the global climate change, it is important. As you may know, at the beginning of this year, well-known Slovak company Rokovia established the joint venture in Republic of Rwanda. I consider the ecological intention of the project the priority. At the same time, it gives us an excellent opportunity to know each other better and develop a further potential in our bilateral cooperation. Dear participants, let me declare the support of the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs for this dialogue, and I wish you successful negotiations.
Now, Dr. Koe, Managing Director of Rokovia, a company would like to say a few welcoming words to participants.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning, let me on behalf of the company Rokovia, as well as on behalf of the company Rokovia Africa, open this first Slovak-Rwandan Agroforum. When the Rokosan Rwanda company was established in Rwanda earlier this year, we began working very actively with a Rwandan partner, company Lorenzo Business to realize new project on territory of Rwanda to implement the greening, self-sufficiency and food security in Rwanda. In the short term, this means to build an animal-based treatment plant from poultry, fetters, bones, and goods in Rwanda to produce highly efficient amino acid fertilizer in Bugesera district. This production should ensure Rwanda's high development of organic production, self-sufficiency in the production of organic fertilizers, food security, and increase of health of the inhabitants of Rwanda. In the district of Bugesera is also planned the construction of a rendering plant, which is necessary to solve the current environmental problem of this area. In order for this project to work is it assured, it will be necessary to adopt various veterinary regulations to create new standards for it to improve environment. From a long-term perspective, the intention of Rokosan Rwanda company is to build a Slovak industrial and innovative park with the aim of establishing innovative and creative enterprises for the processing of agricultural production into finished products. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovak Republic support our activities by granting money for SlovakAid for the Rwanda program. Due to the geopolitical situation in the world these last days or months, we unfortunately decided to organize first Slovak-Rwandan Agroforum as a event. By participation of our top experts, who will deal with the presentation of results and solutions and their instruction for the implementation of this project in Rwanda, what will be the best of the Slovakia, the European Union, and the rest of the world. At the same time, we appreciate the very diverse representations of the Rwanda Party in this project, especially the support of state bodies such as the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Rwanda Development Board, and others, which is great. At the end, I would like to wish the participants of the Slovak-Rwandan Agroforum a lot of strength, enthusiasm, and the common empathy for the realization of these goals, which makes great sense, not only for Rwanda or for Africa itself, but especially for building healthier, happier, and perhaps preserve our planet. Thank you for your attention.
Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really glad to welcome you at my presentation. First of all, I would like to brief everybody on this great Slovak-Rwandan Agroforum. I believe that this is going to be a first step in a very fruitful friendship between Slovak and Rwanda. My name is Alex and I'm the Director of Business Strategy in Africa at Rokovia Limited. Today I would like to speak more about our project of self-sufficiency in production of organic fertilizers and food security in Rwanda. I would like to speak more about our company history to just give you some background about our operation. We have more than 25 years of experience in the utilization of animal waste in the form of organic fertilizers. Our technology is patented and we are able to utilize poultry feathers and food foods and horns from cattle animal into amino acid fertilizers as the only company in the world. Our products are certified in the European Union, Latin America, Russia, and several African countries. Regarding Rwanda, we started our relationship in December 2019 when we established a partnership with Owento Business Group. Rokosan Rwanda was established in May 2020, and since then we achieved a lot. For example, we became a part of official SlovakAid program. Share some photographies from our meetings in Kigali from last year. I have to say that I'm very pleased that this Agroforum is held in the same room as in RDB as we visited last year. I think it's a very nice symbol that the circle is becoming complete and we are moving forward. Last year we met with the Minister of Agriculture. We've been to RDB where we had a very pleasant meeting. And of course, the photo in the right upper corner, it's from a moment when we signed the agreements with Owento Business Group. Now, I would like to speak more about the scope of the project. The main idea is to build a Slovak-Rwandan innovative industrial park. And this project has a few more aspects. First of all, we would like to collect and utilize the dangerous animal waste into form of organic fertilizers. Then, we would like to prevent the diseases from these illegal animal waste landfills. As I said before, our plan in the first step is to produce the amino acid organic fertilizers in Rwanda from local resources. This will create employment opportunities to both low-skilled and highly skilled employees. This project goes hand in hand with promotion of self-sufficiency in Rwanda in production of organic fertilizer, and it also promotes food security by education of farmers and provision of services and affordable agricultural inputs. In later steps of the project, we are planning to construct the food processing plants and new innovative factories inside of the innovative park. Of course, we are not forgetting the education because we want to support research and of agriculture technologies in Rwanda. So here is this small graphic of how we would like to have our industrial park divided. First sector would be production of organic fertilizers with each collection points for the animal waste. We also want to bring new industries about which I will talk later. And thirdly, I would like to talk more about food processing industries, which is also connected to the animal feed production. In the first phase of the project, we would like to start with the preparation for construction of Slovak Industrial Park in Eastern Province. We will need approximately 25 hectares of land. We already took some steps to make this project a reality. Currently, we have signed the agreements with the RID, two other partners Owento, that we can start field testing of our products in the various regions of Rwanda. Also, we have a plan to organize more agroforums like this in a very near future. And we also want to do more promotional events for farmers. Next step is the construction of collection points in Bugesera and Karongi districts. However, this is just a step before we will do the construction of the factory for production of amino acids organic fertilizers. This is the first phase of the project. However, now onto phase number 2. We will continue with construction of rendering plant in Bugesera. We are going to also construct greenhouses and factories for food processing in our industrial park. And we want to also bring new industries from Slovakia to establish bigger trade relationship between Slovak and Rwandan people. We also want to introduce Slovak and Rwandan universities to itself, and we want to have an exchange student program to enhance the education and research in both agriculture and other industries. And we also want to establish social responsibility program, about which I will speak later. Okay, so now I will speak more about the phase 1, about construction of our factory for organic fertilizers. First of all, I would like to give you more insight on why we are so keen on feathers, hooves, and horns. This raw material is excellent because of a few very important factors. First of all, it's fully renewable. This is excellent for the countries which are landlocked, such as Rwanda, because you are not reliant on import of the inputs for the production, if you can find it directly in your local market. Another great thing is that our production lowers the carbon footprint in comparison with the chemical fertilizers. And another great thing is that our fertilizer, thanks to the raw material, is organic. And we already have a certificate for organic farming in the European Union. More technical details of the hooves and horns and feather are that they are full of nutrients, NPK, and they have 18 amino acids and also fulvic acids in themselves. Why they are so important? Because they not only improve the fertility of the soil, but they also work at the revitalization of the soils because they enhance the microorganisms content. Another great thing is that we can process this dangerous animal waste, so it will not become environmental burden. I would like to speak more about local conditions in Rwanda, because we conducted a feasibility study in past months, and we discovered that raw materials are available in Rwanda. If you look at the cattle, goat, and sheep population, we can see that it offers enough raw material to sustain our production in Rwanda. However, we know that the poultry industry is not that developed yet in Rwanda, so the capacity of the poultry feeders is not sufficient for the production, but this is great. Our raw material is interchangeable, so we can use hooves and horns, and we believe that in the near future, the Rwandan poultry sector is going to grow, and we will switch to poultry feeders later on. We prepared a small table, as you can see, for our needs. If we want to produce 20 million liters of Rokovia liquid, we will need approximately 8,000 metric tons of feathers, or 3,500 metric tons of hooves and horns. And as you can see, if we have 33,000 metric tons of hooves and horns in Rwanda itself, which is currently not really utilized, this means that we have a lot of raw material, which is going to be a very good starting point for our production in Central Africa. Now I would like to talk more about our collection points. This idea is excellent for the more distant regions where we have a livestock production, because collection points across the country, we can collect hooves and horns in these areas, and we can prepare them for the utilization in the factory. This is important that we can only collect hooves and horns in such facilities, because poultry feeder have a different physical composition, and that is a problem that after 24 hours it starts to decompose itself. Such collection points have a few benefits. first of all, we are going to create employment opportunities not only for our workers, but also for the people in the livestock farms who are going to collect the loose and bonds. They are going to bring it to our collection points, and we will pay them for the raw material. We will also prevent the diseases because we will collect the animal waste, and it's not going to be laid in a field spreading pathogens and all other diseases. Then we can expand our collection points to have a small production of animal feed or organic fertilizers or pellets for heating. And these collection points will also serve as selling points for fertilizer. Now I would like to get to our factory. Our factory is projected for the investments of 21 million euro. The yearly production capacity would be 20 million liters of liquid fertilizer and 20,000 tons of loose fertilizer, which is going to offer Rwandan farmers enough fertilizer which will be affordable and organic. As I said before, poultry feeders' requirement for liquid product is 8,000 tons or 5,300 tons of hooves and horns. If we are talking about loose product requirements, we are talking about 20,000 tons of hooves and horns. We expect that this project will take approximately 1 year to complete, since we already started on our project documentation. Power supply requirement is 450 kilowatts per day. However, the part of this factory is going to be a solar power plant, which is going to be located on a roof of the factory. So we are going to be self-sufficient in production of the electric power, which can be either used in the factory or it can be distributed into a local power grid. If you are talking about economic side of the project, the approximate return of the investment ratio is 2 years, and organic fertilizer project is going to employ up to 200 people. I would like to share some pictures from architect. The first picture in the left, this is the collection point. Then on the right we can see the offices. Then the bottom left picture is the factory. And bottom right picture is the proposed product we are going to produce. Rokolan, Rokoactive, Rokovia, and Rokovia. But presentation of my colleagues are going to speak more about those products. Here you can see a map with proposed factory and collection point locations. Now we are taking into account 2 possible factory locations. One is in Kayonza district, another is in Bugesera district. For collection point, we think that extra location would be either Bugesera and Karongi. But however, we have 10 more locations pinpointed, so we don't have any doubt that we can collect the raw material in Rwanda. Now I would like to speak more about phase 2, which is going to include construction of the rendering plant, food processing facilities, and new industries. We want to build rendering plant in Bugesera region because this rendering plant is going to complete the circle. Because we can only utilize so far hooves and horns and poultry feather, maybe bones and skins. However, the rest of the animal bodies can be utilized by rendering plant. Thus, we will clean the Rwanda of the animal carcasses, and we will be able to produce animal feed and cosmetic byproducts. This is also very important that we will clean the environment and we will reduce the CO2 emissions because we will prevent burning of the animal waste. However, I don't want to speak more about this because my colleagues are going to expand this topic further. Another part is food processing facility. where we are planning to have greenhouses for production of organic vegetables and fruits. We are going to use the heat which is produced in our factory to reheat the greenhouses. So we want to be the most green project in Rwanda. We also plan to bring the food processing lines for production of juices, jams, chocolates, coffee and tea, because we want that Rwanda producer of products with added value will not stay the exporter of the raw material. Another part of the project will be production of meat products, and our idea was that the produced food can be also used in the humanitarian programs. We can talk more about innovative factories we are planning to bring. We have a lot of partner companies from Slovakia who would like to establish business relationship with Rwandan counterparts. For example, we can bring a company for production of construction materials such as resin composite ratings, as you can see below. Or we can also bring a company who will produce animal probiotics based on humic acid. Our industrial park is going to be self-sufficient in supply of electricity. And another idea is to have a hydroponics park in this region. Another part of the project, which is very important, is social responsibility. Our plan is to construct the lowest houses for the employees, from which the houses would be owned by the workers, and the payment for the mortgage would be subtracted from the paycheck by a very small sum. Another thing would be the education programs for the farmers and exchange programs with Slovak universities. So, at the end of my presentation, I would like to summarize the project benefits. First of all, we are going to bring self-sufficiency in production of organic fertilizer, which will reduce the importation of fertilizers in overall. It's going to save Rwanda a lot of foreign currency. Another part is the boost of organic agricultural production thanks to affordable inputs. Then we are going to create employment opportunities for both low-skilled and high-skilled employees. We are going to increase the competitiveness of Rwandan farmers and exporters of the cash crops by offering of our services to fertilizers. We are going to stimulate livestock farming sector positively by offering of affordable animal feed, and we will also deal with the animal carcasses, which is going to bring another source of income to the livestock farmers. Another very good benefit is preservation of natural ecosystem and sanitation of existing landfills with animal carcasses. Thus, we will be able to reclaim current landfills and make them usable again. Usage of organic fertilizer is going to increase the soil quality and fertility because we are going to reduce the chemical fertilizer usage. However, we will offer the organic alternative to farming. We also going to promote the research and development for the local scientists because we want to have our scientific centers in Rwanda and want to develop new products there. As I said before, establishment of social responsibility program will promote social and gender equality. And last but not least, we want to build long-lasting Rwandan Slovak friendship. So, thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to open the discussion, and I'm glad to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the very insightful, presentation. Actually, it's very interesting. I was taking notes of what you're planning to do. There is a long list of very interesting projects that are planning to put in place. which I think are going to bring a lot of solutions to our agriculture sector. And of course, we'd be very much happy to partner with you and of course promote your activity. We have a very strong local counterpart or partner that is very much devoted. I'm happy that he's now here in the room. Dore, maybe I can give him a floor to say hi to you and maybe say something after your presentation, then I can open the floor for others to come in with the questions or maybe with some clarifications. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Greetings to everybody. My apologies done. And I hope you are getting us clear. Are you getting us clear?
Yes, I get you clear. I muted my microphone to not have echo, but I can hear you properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Adam. I think I will not have a lot of questions. Colleagues here who are partners as well as officials will ask questions. And I want to thank Dr. Birasa from RDB for being our moderator. Thank you very much. I hand up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dore.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. I think I will come back with my questions and remarks, after the presentation, which I think is very important that we agree together, especially in terms of the milestone and the way forward. But as you heard from the introduction, we have people from different institutions and organizations, especially our private sector, that are doing a lot in terms of the production, but also have expectations. Yeah, they have expectations from you, and they're very much ready to work with you and partner with the organization and the company, especially in terms of what they're trying to do in the areas of promoting organic agriculture. Most of them actually are doing that. So probably I would request them, and if you have some clarification you want to make, or maybe some questions or anything that to ask for clarification, and make this session more interactive, I would maybe request them to chip in with any questions or comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I hope to have some questions regarding maybe our plans. So please feel free to ask anything.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you very much to our moderator. I have a very small question. I would like to ask a question to Rokosan. As we see, a lot will be done regarding the production of organic fertilizers. Can we expect that the other aspect of seeds, because it's an issue to boost our organic sector in Rwanda, if we can expect that Rokosan can do something regarding the production of organic seeds? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for an excellent question. Yes, the question of the seed production and the seed treatment is well known in our company. Currently, we have one great product, Rokoactive, which is for the seed treatment. It promotes the growth and immunity system of the seeds, so it accelerates the growth. However, we know that the production of just the product for the seeds is not enough. However, this is the plan, which was not shared inside of this presentation, but our food processing facilities will also have seed production lines, because we have a long and very good history in Slovakia in production of agricultural inputs. And we want to take the best technologies to Rwanda, to teach your people how to use them. We want to be your mentors, and we want to bring the best to your country. and we want to grow this there because we see great potential in Rwanda. Personally, this country is the most loved one is in Africa, and I would like to bring the best one there. And production of seeds is very essential because if we are talking about organic food, we have to start from the soil, then we move on to the seeds, and then we can fertilize with the organic fertilizers. Because if we are going to have, for example, genetically modified seeds, and then we are going to have a soil which is polluted by the chemicals, then we can use the organic fertilizers. However, we are not going to achieve totally organic products. So I hope that this answers my question, your question.
Thank you so much for the presentation and this opportunity offered to us. As I said in my introduction, the coffee production. My name is Leonard Karasi, and I present Juru Coffee. We have a specific project in the northern part of the country of organic coffee production. So my question is, are your inputs, Rokosan inputs, designed for all crops? Because we are talking about, food crops, but Juru Coffee is in coffee production. That's my first question. Second, the whole world is turning to organic, including coffee. We export coffee, and we have a lot of demand on organic coffee. So, but I don't know. I'm asking if your product has also pesticides, because organic farming cannot be complete. You cannot be certified organic if you only put fertilizer and you don't have pesticides. For example, coffee, you need pesticides, and so that you are complete and you can be certified. My third question is, actually I met, and it was very interesting, the Rokosan managing director here. We have had a discussion. It was very interesting, and we were really very excited. The project I mentioned in the northern part of the country, we were just starting and using animal organic manure, which is not enough, and the production is there, very slow, in small quantity, and the local population involved in the coffee farming are also using it for food crop production. So it is a very long way for coffee to produce enough quantity if you don't have quick responding input, organic input. So it is for us a very good opportunity. But now, the question or the comment I would like to mention is, how quick are your products available even before starting your factory or your production? Can we have pilot inputs so that we can see and show the farmers that this is really real, it works? And then maybe when you come in with the factory people and the farmers are prepared for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to have this constructive dialogue. So I will go straight to the answers. First question was regarding the usage or utilization of our fertilizers on various crops. This is going to be subject of another presentation. However, I can assure you that our product is universal, and it has been tested on various crops, also on coffee, also on exotic fruits, vegetables, and also on cash crops such as cotton. So this is going to be in another presentation, which is going to be very interesting for you, I believe. Another second question is the certification, because we understand that for you to export organic products, you need a certificate currently, we are ongoing the certification process with Rwandan Agricultural Board. So we are working on that to have all the necessary documentation ready. And third question was about availability of the product before the construction of the factory. So I want to inform you that our first shipment of goods left our factory just on Monday, and it's on the way to Rwanda. It should be in Kigali on 11th of November. So we are shipping the 2 pallets of product which is going to be distributed for the farmers for the tests. So you can see with your own eyes that the product is real and it's going to bring you results you need. Of course, when we will obtain the certificate, we will import the necessary quantities to Rwanda before the start of the production of the factory.
Thank you very much for your wise presentation. My question, I have to get the chat here. I would like to know that in Africa, have we established such kind of project and has proved to be a success story? Number two, as my friend said earlier, since we've got many challenges to do with agricultural inputs to close the gap in terms of productions in various sectors of agriculture. Would you, in partnership with RDP and other institutions in charge, organize a tour, a study tour, a team that will be comprised of players, actual players around, so that they may come and go around and visit you where you set your projects, so that we may plan accordingly. Number three, as I conclude, since we need these inputs urgently, would you engage with players, business people in those periods, so that they can start to import with your facilitation, such that our local agriculturists may get you the inputs before you come and establish your plans? Thank you. Hello.
Yes, sorry, I was muted, for which I'm very sorry. So I was saying that the connection was kind of unstable, but I hope that I heard everything properly, so I'm going to answer your question. So first of all, I would like to say that we are planning to travel to Rwanda as soon as possible when the situation will allow us, because we want to visit the farmers ourselves, we want to visit all the institutions and potential partners to have a small tour around Rwanda, because we conducted feasibility study from our home. Thus, we need to know how things look in reality. And we will be very glad if we can visit everybody to help you during the field testing, because we know the project, we need to be there with people. The second thing you asked was if our agricultural impacts are going to be available. Yes, we are going to try as soon as possible to import fertilizer for field testing purposes, but also for commercial purposes, so farmers will be able to utilize this fertilizer as soon as possible. Now I see question in a meeting chat. I would like to answer it very shortly. That the question is, what are the ingredients of your products in terms of macronutrients and oligo elements, and what is their percentages? Regarding this question, this is more for the technical people to speak about, which are going to be my colleagues, but I don't want to leave your answer unanswered, your question unanswered. And I'm going to say that if you are talking about Rokosan duplo, which is super concentrated products, we are talking about NPK percentage 14,914. And regarding the macronutrients, we are talking about content of sulfur, manganese, iron, boron, and so on. As I said, I'm not technical people, but they are going to be my colleagues who will talk more about it. Regarding the prices, we are conducting currently our feasibility study, and we need to establish our prices. But from what can I say currently, we are going to be affordable, and our prices will be comparable to the chemical fertilizers in the market. So another question is, are there some trials done already in Rwanda on each crops, and what are the terms in results of in terms of productivity? Currently, we just done some minor tests. However, currently we are doing, we signed the agreement with Rwanda Agricultural Board. We are going to do proper testing on 4 crops, one of which will be coffee, then potatoes, maize, and third one is beans. So we are going to do official testing, which is going to be presented to you after finish of this test. However, later on, my colleague will have a presentation about field test results from across the world. There will be results from Colombia, from Europe, but also from the Kenya and Indonesia. So, please, do we have any other questions, or can we move on with our program?
Hello, good afternoon, good morning. Can you hear me? I have one question.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Sheila, and I am from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'm the Principal Officer in charge of economic diplomacy and partnerships. Excuse me if you've already addressed this question, but my question is regards to the acidity of the soil, and if this has been considered. Knowing that sometimes even organic fertilizers do not yield too much when they're used on certain regions on our Rwandan soil. So my question is, has there been any assessment on seeing how maybe sometimes you need to mix organic and the chemical fertilizers, and also understanding the acidity depending on the regions that you're trying to focus on? That way, the products that you will be producing, they'll be able to meet a huge number of our farmers.
Thank you very much for this interesting question, and welcome to our Agroforum. Regarding your question about acidity of the soil and the pH level, our products, they are pH neutral, which means they can act in both acidic and other environments. However, your second question was if we can mix chemical fertilizers with our fertilizers. Yes, it's possible. We have already tested it on many types of fertilizers, either chemical or organic ones. We know that we can achieve very good results by mixture of our products, and we don't have any problem with reactivity. So, for a question, just to answer it correctly, yes, we are aware that there is a different acidic levels in different regions of Rwanda. We can deal with that because we can adjust our fertilizers by the needs of the farmers. So, is there any other questions, or we can move on because we are going to have another presentation.
Well, I think I can have another presentation. That's very okay. But just to highlight some few things here from what you said earlier on, in terms of what I plan to do from a presentation, I'll just pick like around 5 key activities or maybe projects within your program. I think, of course, they are very much interrelated, but also serving different purposes. To talk like this example of social responsibility, we're talking about the innovative factories and all of that, food processing, rendering. I've had very good discussions with Ndori, your partner, and we discussed about ongoing projects here that we could probably see how we can create the synergy. And if possible, we probably avoid, if I can say, like duplication, but we give you enough time and space to operate for those projects, which I think they're very much fitting from what you're saying. In terms of the resources here that are intending to use for your factories, especially the raw materials, for us, I think it's actually a very big solution that you're looking for in terms of managing the waste that are coming from some production areas like slaughter facilities and other places. So I think we can have like a conclusive remarks at the end, especially in terms of agreeing on the timeline, the framework of working, which I think is very important. That's why I've had colleagues here asking those questions in terms of when I'm going to be here, when your product will be available in the market, and all of that. So that means there's a lot of actions from our producers to see our products on the market. So I would probably say that as we go for another presentation, let's also think about the timeline and also framework. So we invite a second presenter to take us through. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the remarks. Of course, at the end we will have a summary, and we are going to summarize all the project. So thank you very much. Now I would like to give my words to Mr. Nuas.
All right, okay. So like I was just saying, a brief introduction or initial speech that was given by Mr. Adam, where he has actually introduced the company in brief, but of course where we have touched base on what the company's aim, not just in Rwanda, but of course with other African countries. I believe we do all have a lot of questions and that requires answers from Adam or from the company itself. But however, due to time issue, we would like to move forward and save the questions towards the end of the entire event. Our next speech will be given by Professor Alexander Bear from the Department of Environment Management of Slovakia University of Agriculture and Nature. Professor, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. I am to join you.
We are going to turn the camera off, so Mr. Professor Alexander can continue with his presentation and share his content.
Probably camera is not needed. I try to share my presentation. So I share my model. What do you mean?
We cannot see anything.
Yes, but it is in process.
Because the share of the content, I think it's allowed. However, I'm going to look into it.
It will be soon. It is in process. Okay.
Okay. Okay, now we can see.
Can you see the first slide of my presentation?
Yes, we can see.
Sorry, we're not actually seeing the screen here for us. If you can share it.
Now, can you see it?
Can you share the screen? Can you see the presentation from here?
Yes, you have to put Mr. Alexander Feher in a spotlight.
Okay, great.
Good morning, everybody, dear colleagues, dear friends. Thank you for this possibility to say a few words about fertilizers in the 21st century. I know that the title is very ambitious, but we have 40 or 45 minutes to discuss the topic, and I do my best to share our experiences from our university, from the University of Slovak Agriculture, where I'm working. I'm professor of environmental management there at the Faculty of European Studies and Regional Development. I would like to emphasize that I'm an independent person. I'm an academic or a researcher, so I'm not part of the business companies. So my viewpoint will be strictly scientific, and we can compare our experiences, our viewpoints with business, with pharma practices, etc. In the end, of course, there will be a possibility to discuss and to confront our different viewpoints, but I'm sure that there will be also big possible differences. So welcome, and let's start because of lack of time. Muraka Zaneza in Rwanda, Kenya, Rwanda. I hope so. Probably my question is not proper, but as I said, I do my best. But I'm a teacher. I like arts and funny things and jokes. So let's start our presentation by this painting of Salvador Dali. You know, he was a world famous surrealistic painter, and this painting can be found in the Peggy Guggenheim collection in Venice, in Italy. It's called "The Birth of Liquid Desire." So the liquid desire can be seen on the right side of this picture. It is very difficult to identify it. What is that? Certain form or type of liquid is there. And there is a system in the middle of the picture that produces this liquid desire. This system cannot be identified. What is that? I don't know exactly. Is it if it is a violin or cheese or wood or an animal with this funny head? I don't know. So what are we going to do now is to identify this black box, what is going on inside, how the fertilizers are produced, what kind of fertilizers are now, and what are the trends in the majority of the world. Of course, there are many exceptions because of special local conditions, but the mainstream is rather clear. I got inspired by the FAO organization. It is a food and agriculture organization at the United Nations. And when we look for sustainable solutions, it is very nice to have a look to basic documents that are valid worldwide, and where the trends and future processes are defined a proper way. When I checked the FAO report, I found such words in their documents like sustainable growth. It is highlighted somewhere here with in red bold letters, and also agricultural intensification. Many experts in ecology or environmental sciences say that intensification and growth and such words are not in accordance with sustainability, because sustainability is not aiming to use more sources, etc. But as we can see, also FAO is counting with the intensification and with growth and with other such words. FAO says, allow me to citate this sentence: agricultural intensification, one of the basic strategies for enhanced food production, is dependent on increased flows of plant nutrients to the crops for securing high yields. So also in a world when we are looking for sustainable solutions, intensification is one of the tools. So to answer my question, is intensification in accordance with sustainability, considering also FAO recommendments, we can conclude that yes, it is in accordance, and fertilizers are mentioned as one of positive tools to achieve sustainable systems, because we need food and high quality food for local inhabitants, and worldwide in different countries there are regional differences among countries, but to fulfill all requirements we need intensification. And intensification in this meaning is in accordance with sustainability. So it does fit. If you compare different regions, different continents, different parts of the world in fertilizers utilization, we will be surprised in these continental differences. I don't know the US data from 2020 because still this year is going on, but we have some data from the last 20 years, from approximately from 2000 and approximately from 2010. And we can see that the fertilizer utilization worldwide, again, it is data that I took from FAO reports, is here. It was 104 million tons worldwide. 10 years later, it was 160 million tons, metric tons. Nowadays, it is even more. So the worldwide fertilizer utilization is at a very high level. What is the situation in Africa? If you compare these figures with African state now, we see Sub-Saharan Africa, including South Africa, it was 2.3, Near East with North Africa 7.9. And if you compare the populations, it is in the diagram below. The number of population with the cereal yields, we can see that Africa is somewhere here. So the lowest line, lowest diagram here is Africa. It means the situation in utilization of fertilizers in Africa is at a rather low level. Of course, there are regional differences again, but the main trend can be seen here. It is very modern in current research tasks and projects, ecosystem services to mention, because it is the common language of ecologists and economists. Ecosystem service can be understood easily by an economist who is looking for benefit and for profit and money flows. And it can be understood by ecologists because such ecosystem services are provided by ecosystems, and ecosystem is a subject to be studied by ecologists or environmentalists. But these services are emerged from different functions of ecosystems, and ecosystem functions are related to the structure of ecosystems, including biodiversity and related features. Such a way when we start with the final product and close the story by the origin of this final product, we call like inductive method. It is another method, but in natural sciences we used to prefer inductive methods when we start with structure, functions, and finish complete our study by services. Today in my presentation I'm going to use both approaches. The first question where I'm looking for an answer is what amount of fertilizer to use. It is a very good question because to maximize, yes, it seems to be a good idea in the very beginning, but what does it mean maximum in using fertilizers? The second word that is here is pessimum. I'm not sure if you are familiar with this word. I try to explain it. In this footnote I have here, that pessimum is the worst or least favorite condition or value or amount is opposed to optimum. Pessimum is the possible lowest amount or value. So how is that? There is a funny phone book full of people. There is enough room for probably 10 persons. I have not counted them. But it is not meaningful. It is not clever to have so many persons in a phone box. Phone box is functioning when there is only one person, probably 2 persons, no more, to use it properly. So we are not looking for maxima. We are looking for optimal solutions. So the answer to my question is if to look for maximum or to look for pessimum is somewhere between them, and it's called optimum. What does it mean from point of view of fertilizers? Also FAO, we are coming back to FAO. FAO says that even the highest yield wouldn't be of interest if its production were not cost effective. Farmers have a limited amount of financials and so on, and also the soil properties don't allow us to use maximum doses for different reasons. Some of these effects will be explained later. How provides also an example of calculations. Of course, it is again very academic, but can be explained easily. Here you have nitrogen applied. You could choose also or select other nutrient, and the yield is given here on the vertical x. And what can we see here? Well, this is the possible maximum yield we can reach by applying fertilizer. If we put more fertilizer in the system, in the topsoil, the yield will be lower because of intoxication and other chemical or biological processes. So the maximum is somewhere here. But if we start our examination here at this point, you will see that the yield we get is somewhere here. I cannot read exactly the figure, the amount of yield, but it is somewhere here. And if we put more nutrients, for example, by 10% more, the yield will be higher by 2 or 3 or 1%. So putting more fertilizer by 10% means a rise or growth of yield by 1 or 2 or 3%. So it is not cost effective. So we are not looking for maximum solutions, but we are looking for optimum solutions when at a certain level of fertilizer, an acceptable and a high yield can be. I'm sure that many of you who are farmers and your background is agriculture are familiar with it. You have seen such diagrams. I just wanted to repeat it so to all of us to understand the rest of my presentation. The second question I try to solve in my presentation is what are we looking for modern or traditional solutions, or globalized or local? We can distinguish them differently. Both approaches can be inspiring because I have two different kitchens here. The first kitchen in the background is very traditional, but still very nice and useful. The same is for the contemporary kitchen here on the picture. It is still very beautiful and we can enjoy it. It provides new services. So the question is, if is the traditional and modern solution in accordance or they are in opposite directions? So what is the situation? Is there a symbiosis and they can produce a synergy effect or not? I would like to start with local solutions, with local traditional solutions. The local ecological knowledge or traditional ecological knowledge or indigenous ecological knowledge are currently used now worldwide. Also, the Intergovernmental Platform for Biological Diversity started to use this term because it has been discovered just a few years ago, or probably 10 years ago, no more. And many scientists, many researchers are looking for knowledge of local people, because local people who are living in a certain area, for example, in Africa, in Rwanda, they have their own personal experiences from fields. In many cases, the farmers cannot explain some processes. Some farmers, I'm not sure, but probably never measure their, I don't know, soil reaction. It was discussed a few minutes ago, the acidity of soils. Are farmers familiar with such data? Probably yes. I don't know. It is for a discussion. But The local knowledge is important. It is typical by its originality. Many local solutions are sustainable because they have been applied and used for many years and maybe for many centuries. Also, it is a mental richness, something like cultural heritage. So it has different understandings. And the possible definition of local solutions is like this: accumulated body of knowledge, belief, and practice evolving by accumulation and handed down through generations. This definition was given in the very beginning of this research by Marcus in 2000. And I don't know, he's from the United States or from Canada. And what is important to say, it is again down here that any researcher should use the local knowledge. In spite of that there are many bad practices. It is not valid for Africa only, but also for Europe and European Union and for Slovakia that many farmers has their own experiences and they are sure of their best way of doing farming. But on the other hand, in many cases, researchers discover the weak points of such farming systems. So yes, respect local conditions and local knowledge, but let's consider better practices and try to improve that. If you are looking for local knowledge, it couldn't be or cannot be identified in the landscape. It is important to review local persons because such knowledge is accumulated in our brains, in our heads. We have no time to list the benefits from local knowledge, but we have many sources also in Africa. I put some names of organizations here that are now some research centers known from Africa that are focused on such local knowledge. Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Ghana. There are two such organizations in Ghana, that one and that one. Sierra Leone, Nigeria. There are probably Nigeria has joined this other online meeting. And in Nigeria, there are three different organizations: Center for Indigenous Knowledge in Farm and Infrastructure Management. The second one is like this: Indigenous Knowledge on Population Research and Environmental Management. The third one is somewhere here. Yes, Nigerian Center for Indigenous Knowledge. So there are many sources, so Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, because beside research, also local knowledge is extremely important. We should discuss as much with local farmers as possible, because there can be processes that were not or have not been identified by European, American, or by local national researchers. There are many books published in this area. Yes, also mine book that has more than 300 pages that was published 2 years ago in Switzerland, Vegetation History and Cultural Landscape, where we analyzed the interaction of humans and local communities. But let's go back to Rwanda. So is the science needed? Yes, of course, and also all the benefits from science to provide growth and intensification on this map. You can see the agroecological zone of Rwanda that consider the local soil conditions, vegetation, productivity, and fertility of such soils and ecosystems. But before analyzing the soil situation of Rwanda, I would like to repeat some ideas from tropical soils. They were mentioned probably a half hour ago in the discussion after the first presentation. That the soil properties are important, and also the acidity. Fortunately, I'm teaching a course at our university, the Slovak Agricultural University, about tropical and subtropical ecosystems, and I visited many tropical countries in Latin America, in Brazil, Colombia, in tropical parts of Peru and Bolivia, so in Asia, in I don't know, Thailand, Myanmar, Malaysia, Laos, in such countries. I have no experiences from Africa. I don't know why I have no answer to this question. It depends on our research and our activities and our corporations. But what we know that the tropical soils are older than soils in Europe, for example. It is because of the geological development of Europe and North America, where we had a time period called Ice Age, when a big part of Europe was covered by glaciers, by ice in general. And the soils we have now is no older than 10,000 or 12,000 years. The situation in Africa is totally different because they have not had such ice age, and the development of soils has been longer, and usually, not always, but in majority of cases, the age of African soils is higher, so they are older. On this gradation or gradient I have here, I put, not me personally, but the scientists put the soil types of tropical regions from the newest one, antisol and insectisol are the newest soils, and ortisol and oxisol are the oldest one. We can see that Rwanda is somewhere here. I'm going to show you the soil map of Rwanda. The next slide. And you will see that oxisol and ortisol are the dominant soil types of your country. So it means you have the oldest soils, the possible oldest soils. Besides insect soil can be found as well. So of course, marginally also on volcanic soil, etc. You can find even young soils, but the majority of your soils is rather old. Such old soils are typical by different features, different properties, like they are weathered. There is a very low amount of clay because it was reached out. So to bind the nutrients is a problem in many cases. The good news is that such soils can be improved. Not all tropical soil types can be improved easily, but ortisol and oxisol, fortunately, are soil types where they can be improved by organic matter, which is to provide slow release fertilizers. I'm using the American classification of soils here because of how classification of soils is less practical. The pedologists used to use in a study of tropical soils the American, the USDA classification. That is what I'm doing now. So these soil types are according the American system. Well, and this is the map of Rwanda. I never have been there, but what I can see on this map is that you have these oxisols I mentioned here in the eastern part of the country. It's given here in a red color. And ortisol, the second oldest type of soil, is here in the eastern part of the country. Of course, you have even the younger soils. This is in light brown here. So it is a mixture of different soil types in both regions, but you can see that the majority of your soils is categorized or classified as oxisols or ortisols. But as I said, in spite of some bad properties of these soils because of their age, they can be improved. The third question to be discussed is if we are looking for natural or artificial solutions. I mean, in our case, artificial or natural fertilizers. Artificial fertilizers are good because we can prepare fertilizer with a certain composition. We can decide about the amount of nitrogen and so on, about the share and proportion of different nutrients. But natural is much more natural, and it will be explained soon why natural fertilizers are still in trend, and in many cases mean the future solutions. There are two pictures just to show you differences in different two approaches. There is a parking site with cars without no regulation, without no artificial preparation of or classification of these cars. Yes, we can classify and we can prepare a well-organized and regulated parking place with group cars by color. But the question is, if is that the way? If we are looking such over-regulated solutions, that is a better example. So can be well organized, and we have a very good view to different letters. We can count them. We can read such text, etc. But is it meaningful or not? Yes, that is my favorite. This is my favorite well-organized Chinese letters or hieroglyphs. So we are organized by size of parts or letters, but the basic idea wasn't totally. So we are looking in sustainability, if possible, for natural solutions. The natural processes in ecosystems also like for agri-ecosystem. We have cycles and flows inside the agro-ecosystems. There are inputs generated by people, by humans, like mineral fertilizers. And in the end of the story, there is a biomass harvest somewhere here in this picture. And also the leaching, where part of such nutrients is lost from the topsoil, and they are useless for the ecosystem because of their loss. I can find some small cycles within this process. Again, because of lack of time, I'm not going to analyze this picture. Hopefully, you know it very well. And also, if you have an agriculture on the ground, you know the leaks law minimum that the nutrients at the lowest amount lead the use of all nutrients. But the importance of the nutrients is different, and one of the most important nutrients is nitrogen. That is what I'm going to discuss more. Again, FAO says that the nitrogen is the most abundant mineral nutrient in plants. It's part of the chlorophyll, and in the end of this slide, it is responsible for the dark green color of stem and leaves, vigorous growth, branching, maturing, leaf production, size, and yield formation. This is important to say as well. Yield formation. So this is one of the key nutrients. And when we are looking for its cycle, it is again very complicated, not to be analyzed now. But again, it can be improved by fertilizers, and there are losses, not by leaching, also by different processes producing gases, etc. So leaching just by water and so on is only part of the losses. Of course, if we would reduce the leaching, also it would be enough to use less fertilizers. So there is an interaction between the leaching and fertilizers. Is there any way how to reduce leaching? That is another question. Yes, why not? Using, for example, by using the slow release fertilizers, because they increase the efficiency of nitrogen. It's written here that also improve, it improves nitrogen use efficiency and reduces nitrogen losses. Why? Because slow release fertilizers are providing nutrients step by step. It means they cannot be lost in the very beginning when plants are not able to utilize the whole amount of nutrients. But it is providing step by step from a long time perspective. Of course, it depends on the individual fertilizer. What does it mean, slow release? If it is several weeks or several months or for the whole season, it is a question to the fertilizer producers. We have different organic fertilizers that are originated from plants or animals. So animal waste can be used. This is one of the main sources, and also slaughterhouse waste that were discussed in the morning. The best solution when we have local sources. Again, FAO, let's go back a third or fourth time to the FAO documents. FAO identified worldwide available sources for organic fertilizer production, including Africa. And I used the simplified list from FAO documents where Rwanda was included. You can see again Burkina Faso here, Democratic Republic of Congo, Guinea-Bissau, Madagascar, Sudan, Tanzania, Zambia, and Rwanda is among them. And on the first place, animal waste are mentioned. It means, and also two regions, regions. It means FAO thinks that the main source of organic fertilizers can be found in animal waste. So looking for Rwanda solutions, I think this is a good starting point. Of course, it depends on local sources of FAO if it is true or not, but I have confidence in this data. So what is the amount of nutrients in different organic waste or processed organic waste? We discussed whole and hoof in the morning, so whole and hoof meal in its natural composition contains 10 to 15% of nitrogen. It depends, of course, on the quality of source and the way of processing. There is less phosphorus and potassium, but of course it can be added. The same is for hair and wool. Unfortunately, this table does not contain feather, so I mentioned in the morning. One more thing that should be mentioned here is presence of amino acids. What does it mean? Why amino acid? Amino acid is a chemical compound containing a nitrogen. I'm not going to explain what is that from chemical point of view. We have more than 500 different amino acids. 20 of them are essential. That cannot be substituted by our amino acids. Yes, with this picture just for chemists, you can see that there is nitrogen and organic carbon, and this R is the change of part of this molecule. And why amino acids are so important? Why are we discussing amino acids? Because amino acids also function as biostimulants. What does it mean, biostimulant? So, of course, amino acid provides nitrogen. This is one advantage, extremely important. We are looking for nutrients in our fertilizers, of course. But if the fertilizer has added values, added services, in that case, it is the best solution. And amino acid has an effect of biostimulants. The list of biostimulating effects is very long. Again, it is just reduced overview of different effects of different amino acids. Again, the main effects are highlighted by red color, in red letters: effect and speed up recovery time for diet, stress components for chlorophyll production, calculate metal ion nutrients, and facilitate plant uptake and movement cells, root growth and development, ripening, growth, pollination, fruit formation, ripening, fertility, germination. As I said, this is not completed. Amino acids are something like a miracle. It is a very nice group of organic chemicals. And that is what we cannot find in artificial fertilizers. Artificial fertilizers are looking to have a very good optimal share and proportion of different nutrients, but they are based on very simple inorganic chemical components. But the organic fertilizers may contain these amino acids, and that is what can be found, for example, in hooves and horns. So is it a fairy tale, or is it a science? Possible question. There are many scientific evidences. I'm not giving you many citations, but if you go to have a look on the internet platforms, you will find scientific paper. If you go to Science Direct or ResearchGate websites using your keyword amino acids and agriculture or farming, you will find many different scientific papers. Meantime, I'm checking my time. We have not enough time, but there are many data from all over the world, also from the latest years. 2020 Journal Agriculture is published in Switzerland, or this recently published project result from 2020, the positive impact of amino acids on plant growth and yield. You can find many new data about amino acids effects. So, is this knowledge about amino acids and organic fertilizers applicable, can be used in a real practice? Why not when it is available? So, producing organic fertilizers in Rwanda, this problem could be solved easily. It's much more better to use local, utilize local sources in comparison with import. As I said, I'm an independent person, but because of this online meeting organized by Rokosan or Rokovia companies, I had a look through the list of products of Rokovia and Rokosan. I used a leaflet published by the Nigeria company, by company in Nigeria, and I found similar products that are now from Europe, like Rokosan for leaf nutrition, germination activator, soil activator, and other ones. And also the amino acids that can be found in these products, for example, for leaf nutrition, can be checked and also the composition from point of view of nutrients is improved. We can see that beside the nitrogen also required amount of phosphorus and potassium are added, and also amino acids are there and many other elements. Okay, I have not so much time, but as I said, my background is in environmental management. This is my main area. So let's say a few words about environmental and food quality issues. Again, how says nutrients added through fertilizers, manures, and compost can have negative as well as positive effects on the environment, depending on how poorly or properly these inputs are managed. So the negative effects usually emerge from bad habits, from bad utilizations. Fertilizer, if it is a good quality and used properly, has a very low effect on negative effect on the environment. I cannot say as an environmental ecologist that it is zero. It never will be zero, but we can minimize possible impact by using good fertilizer in accordance with guidelines of the producer. And if we have help and slow release fertilizers where the nutrients are bound, in that case the impact is very low. So this is the solution: the slow release fertilizers where the mobility of different nutrients is at the possible lower levels. From the point of view of food quality, it is another area our university is working on. The influence of plant nutrient supply on quality of foodstuffs is of considerable importance, of course. And even much more idea is the last one I have here. In many developing countries, I know that Rwanda is not a developing country from my point of view. It is one of the cleanest countries, and it is compared to Seoul or to Singapore worldwide. It is Rwanda is a very nice country, I'm sure of that. But still, such not like it works by me, I think countries is used. In many developing countries, the importance of food quality is generally underestimated because the need for a sufficient quantity of food has often been considered more important than good quality. Many countries are looking for the quantity. I said that the fertilizer quantities, for example, that are part of the food production process are at a very low level. So the first step many countries are doing is to look for quantities, and the quality is on the second place. But we have a good solution for both, because if you use amino acid-based slowly release fertilizers, in that case, both quantity and quality can be supported. Of course, I'm not so idealizing everything. Of course, it has its limits, but still, it is valid. The whole process of managing fertilizers flow in a country, for example, or in regions, it requires an integrated management. I know that small farms, where there's a farmer with his small area of land, he or she will never introduce such complicated integrated management systems. He just buy a fertilizer and he or she uses it. But when we are looking for statewide solutions or regional solutions, it should be integrated, considering different areas of sciences and approaches, from planning to assessment of nutrient requirements, quality control, labeling, packaging, pricing, financing, etc., etc. Marketing is extremely important. Also, from point of view of the producer, extension and training to look for new research solutions to test the fertilizers that was mentioned here, explained for Rwanda as well. So my deductive conclusions are like this: an ecosystem with ecological support, for example, by sustainable tools like organic strawberries, fertilizers, means an ecosystem health, a healthy ecosystem. Ecosystem health is, again, a word used by international organizations, by ecologists and environmentalists as well. A few years ago, we published a book in Sweden. It was edited by Kristin Andersson. She is a Swedish girl born in Canada. And we put it together. I was the co-editor and co-author of this book, published at the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences in Uppsala in Sweden. That is the only Swedish agricultural university in their country, where we published the book Ecosystem Health. That is the word I mentioned, ecosystem health and sustainable agriculture. It has 3 modules on sustainable agriculture, where we analyze what does it mean, ecosystem health. And ecosystem health is when people by organic and environmental tools. When we are talking about ecosystem health, also such approach can be applied for agri ecosystems. If we have a healthy ecosystem, also the food should be healthy, so we expect healthy food. If the food is in good conditions and a good quality, also the human health and the human immunity should be at a higher level. And if we have such a good food and high immunity, also less illnesses may occur. SARS and also coronavirus virus, COVID-19 is mentioned here. Of course, I'm not a physician, not a doctor. I cannot say that we use fertilizers, such fertilizers, and then the health problems will be solved easily. Not at all. It is not true. But there is a chain of different processes that can contribute to a better healthy state of inhabitants. That is what I wanted to say by this. And there can be one person to start, even more persons who join such groups using slow release fertilizers and organic fertilizers. In the story, there can be a crowd of interested farmers. It is a process that requires time. Of course, this development or evolution from a certain point of view, we need discussions, we need cooperation, we need collaboration, we need certain forms of research. This is what our university is doing. Slovak University Agriculture is the only agricultural university in my country. It means it collects and accumulates many research teams, many departments, different viewpoints for the whole country. And we are operating at international levels as well. So we have a strong tradition of working in collaboration with business and industry and playing an active role in economic regeneration. We have different areas of study, different faculties from food production and agriculture agricultural productions through regional development, landscape engineering, and also technical solutions and engineering. I know that Mr. Brini has joined this online discussion. She is the leader of the research facility we have. It's called Agrobiotech Research Center. It was founded 5 years ago. It is one of the most modern agricultural facilities in my country. And it is a university-wide specialized facility which performs concentrated innovative research in relevant fields aimed at conducting new methods and procedures in research, especially applied research. I would like to emphasize, with the express goal of translating these results into practice. So we are looking for practical solutions, not just for theory. And in the end, this is the before last slide of my presentation, where I would like to say that we are open to other research and development institutions. It is not just for our university, but we are looking for collaboration. We are looking for common solutions. In many cases, there are more questions than answers. That is why we need more research, more information, and also to understand Horizon's business in Rwanda. Of course, more information are required considering the local conditions. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I would be very happy to answer them. Rokosan.
Mr. Professor, I think there are no questions now, so we can move on with another presentation.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. If you have any question, you can put it on the chat as well now, and we'll answer them.
Sure, definitely. We'll schedule that for later on. If something comes around after the presentation, we can have them written and then send them over to you for further clarification. Thank you. All right, so let's move on. Our next presenter will be Dr. Peter Tao. He's from Faculty of Agribiology and Food Resources. Mr. Peter will touch base on biological and non-chemical pest regulation.
Good and harmonic day for everybody. My name is Peter Todt. I am from the same institutions as previous speaker, Slovak Agriculture University, but from Department of Plant Protection. I'm working there as an associated professor. I'm mostly dealing with biological control of insect, biological control of weeds. I'm really greatly honored to address this important international gathering. Allow me to recite short story about biological under the title of Biological Control and No Chemical Control Pest Regulation. During my presentation, I will at first in shortcut introduce key players of biological control and ecological farming, and also something about philosophy of biological control, and then I will focus on new methodologies and strategies in biological control and non-chemical control, which is already used in Europe, also elsewhere. It's applicable also for Africa. And at the end, I will highlight one really magic methodology of plant control, which was created in East Africa, close to Rwanda, at the end. So I will start with my talk slowly. This talk will be a little bit different as talk before and after, because it will be more scientific and more natural. Hope you are not very sleepy and not very hungry, and I hope we will survive this. I'll say, okay, I will start at glance. At glance, I will not go directly to the goal. I will start with the question, what is a pest? We are all speaking about pest, but what is it? For example, on this slide, you see one moth which is resembling some leaf or something like that. If you don't know this species, it's not pest for you, I think. It is pest. It is pest, but it is pest because the larvae of this insect are destructive in the orchard. I would like just to highlight one answer. What is a pest? The pest is only what is unwanted and wanted for in people. Because without man, there are no pests. That's the reason. Because, for example, this moth, is not pest at all in forest, for example. This problem is in our environment. I will explain why. There is also some another question which is important to know and to have some answer before you will go for biological control. Which are the what is making pest to be pest? There are many properties, but there are two key properties or crucial properties which are making species to be pest. First of them, fast development. Fast development means a lot of eggs, a lot of larvae, fast development of larvae, many generations is the one very important property, and another one is much more important, is that everything what is a pest has, under normal circumstances, a huge number of natural enemies. If these are not there, it's problem. And the point two is starting to be problem in our agricultural land, because we are using our activities and chemical control and everything, destroying these natural enemies, and afterwards these are out of control, some of these species. That's the problem. I will go further again. If you will think about regulation of pest, doesn't matter which kind of regulation you will use, you will never go for total destruction of pest to the zero sometimes, because you need to just reduce number of pest population to some extent, because it's expensive afterwards. If you continue, it's expensive. Everything is ecologically based, economically based. So there is some limit when it's not important to kill the rest. Okay, this is this question. And the last burning general question is that, for example, you here see some huge amount of larvae of one beetle, and the question is, what is the reason of pest gradation? There are many items to be mentioned, but I will put all together and I will shoot it a little bit. The reason is growing monocultures. We are growing also more powerful plants. There are less amount of natural enemies because of our activities in the field and around the field. Afterwards, there is wrong rotation of crops many times. There is spread of new pests and also marked reliance of chemical control. These 6 points are reason why some species gradate and are playing as a pest. So let's go further. Currently, not only in Europe but elsewhere, is one principle or light motive of biological regulation of pests in agriculture, and that principle is utilization of biodiversity to protect biodiversity. It's very romantic for the first look, but it's true. Biodiversity to protect biodiversity. What is biodiversity? Everybody knows, I know, but I will just asking this. Biodiversity is species diversity. Species diversity, not only species, but also genetical information, diversity of genetical information. And when we will look deeper in biodiversity, you will see that in the pool of biodiversity, there is 90% of animals which are belonging to natural enemies. And these natural enemies are very important, and I will highlight or introduce which natural enemies are really important in agriculture and everywhere. There are three groups of key natural enemies: predators, parasitoids, and pathogens. And I will introduce all of them. The first part of natural enemies are predators. Predators are animals which are able to reach, kill, consume. Here is some explanation. What is it? Consume some prey. And these predators are mostly bigger than prey and are consuming a lot during the lifespan. And these are mostly generalist, not specified for single species to be eat. Predators. But predators are not only insect. If we will looking for the predators, there is much more thing. There are also spiders, there are lizards, frogs, hedgerows, for example, or toads, and many animals are important to reduce pest population. I will just shortly introduce one of them. These beetles on this, for example, ladybirds. How these are working? These are predators, of course. It doesn't matter which kind of ladybirds. These are many ladybirds, and this ladybird. This is from aphid point of view. Here down are aphids. Here is leaf, the green part, and this is predator, ladybird, and this is eating aphids. One aphid is already in the mouth of ladybirds. But not only adults are important in this fight, also larvae of ladybirds, but not only in the ladybirds, all of the predators, also the developmental stages are problematic for aphids. For example, here is larva of ladybird, and if larvae of ladybirds appear in colony of aphids, it's starting madness in the colony, because aphids are starting to move, jump down from the leaf, and these are emitting pheromones, alarm pheromones. That means that it's problem for aphids, and these are not very happy afterwards. And of ladybirds are eating a lot. Everything these are eating day night. Madness is there. So these were predators, and now I will say something about another group of natural enemies, and these are parasitoids. Parasitoids are species like this on this slide. These are Hymenoptera, order Hymenoptera. These parasitoids are working in that way that female of parasitoid, of this Hymenoptera, one of them, and approaching some victim. This is larva or caterpillar of some moss, and afterwards female entering or inserting eggs directly to the body of caterpillar. There is ovipositor and the eggs inside, and afterwards the adult of this parasitoid will fly away, and larva will stay here inside the body and will start to feed on caterpillar from inside, and cause at the end death of this. Maybe it's more clear if I will try to show this in connection with aphids. There is also some parasitoid. This one is the name of them. This one is in Europe mostly commonly used parasitoids in greenhouses, for example. But this parasitoid also hitting the aphid, entering or ovipositing them. Afterwards, aphid is still feeding, but only some time, because larvae of this parasitoid here inside the body of aphid is developing, and at the end, and after termination of process, pupate there, the aphids change a little bit, losing color. It's not green mostly, it's something black or white black or brown. There are different parasitoid. We are calling these structures afterwards mummies or mummified aphids. And afterwards, after the end of development of larva, parasitoid larva, aphid leaving the mummy, the dead aphids, and flying out. That's the system, how it works. And we can play with this a lot. It's perfect, it's already managed, everything step by step, and you have no problem with aphids, for example, in greenhouses. Okay, I don't like to go too much deep. And the third group of these natural enemies are pathogens. Pathogens is everything micro, which causing diseases. Here is written bacteria, viruses, fungi, or nematodes. On this slide, on the left, it's possible to see it's a larvae. It is aphid, which was infested by fungi, and fungi overgrown the aphid and sporulate on the top, making this special appearance of larvae of aphid. That's pathogens. Okay, now we know roughly, I hope, somehow, what are the key players of biological control and also key players of ecological agriculture. Question is how to support them and how to utilize them and manage insect. There are different possibilities how to do this, but one answer is very clear. It's widely used worldwide already, is integrated pest management. Integrated pest management is one method. It's not method itself. It's something as a support system, it's philosophy in plant protection, which is using different sources for one. You can't say that this is integrated pest management and that's it. It's all the time supporting system and selecting different pest regulation, which is depends on situation, depends on places, different plants, and so on. I will, to make it more clear, I will, for a picture, better picture, I will show what integrated pest management is when I will use pest control pyramid of integrated pest management. Is mostly something like this we are creating for different control strategies. This is integrated pest management. Here you see what is the basement of integrated pest management. The basement are biologically oriented strategies. The first step, what are you using, is biological control or biological regulation. If it's not enough, the second step in integrated pest management are another alternative method. There is written many things are there: cultural, mechanical, resistant strains, fertilizers, and afterwards pheromones, allochemical, sterile insect. I will explain pheromones and allochemicals, also sterile insect during my presentation. And at the end, if everything is collapsed, it's possible to use or light pesticides, some of them which are possible to use in ecological farming. If you are looking on this slide, on the right side, there is one arrow. If you are leaving these ecologically oriented strategies and directing to the pesticide, you are decreasing species diversity and sustainability of the system, and but increasing cost at the end, and also environmental impact is quite great afterwards. But doesn't matter what is written here in the pyramid. Still, if you are doing plant protection, the basement is all the time the same. You always need to know which insect you have in your farm, which pest, which natural enemies are there. You need to know the plants which are growing inside or also around the farm, and which are interaction between them, interaction between pest, natural enemies, and also habitat which is around. It's absolutely important because only like in this way you can know and you can act. If you don't know nothing like this, you can't act correctly. This is integrated pest management. Pest regulation in agriculture is based on all of this I said. It's in current time is everything all about support of natural enemies. You know roughly what natural enemies are. I explained some of them. And how to support them. How to support them, it's you can differently, but the best approach how to support natural enemies is biological regulation. To know more what we are speaking about, I will just roughly introduce biological regulation. What is it? There are many different explanations what is biological regulation. I don't like so much some explanation, but one is important to know. If you are speaking about biological regulation, that means using alive organism against alive organism, alive against alive, and using one of them to reduce number of second one. That's biological regulation. It should be different, and biological regulation is different also in that way where you are doing this biological regulation. There are three key possibilities of biological regulation: classical augmentation, classical biological control, augmentation biological control, conservation biological control. I will introduce at least in two words or few words all of them. I will start with classical biological regulation. Classical biological regulation is it was the first one. It was and still it is regulation where you are fighting with new animals which are coming, some invasive species, for example, and the local ecosystem is not able to respond to the new species. And only way was go back to the country of origin, try to find natural enemies there, select them, check them, bring them to the new country, establish them, and remove them. There are many examples how it works. So classical biological regulation is first. For exotic, that means something different is coming. It's necessary to introduce something different as well to stop it somehow. Second method of biological regulation is augmentation. Augmentation is very simply the first what is written here, periodical release of natural enemies. Periodical, and there are two possibilities how to do this. You can release once during vegetation. It's typical in greenhouses or glass houses, for example, because there once you are established or planting your crop, for example, paprika or tomato or something like this, immediately during the planting, you are releasing natural enemies, and these natural enemies will stay there all the time during the growing, and at the end, when you will finish growing after harvest, you will remove all of them, and afterwards, next year you need to do it once again. from that reason named inoculation. You will inoculate all the time the greenhouse, and after again second year again inoculation. Another possibility how to augment natural enemies is inundation. Inundation means that you will use something as an insecticide, microbial insecticide or botanical insecticide. You will spray them this eco solution, the same as chemical control you are doing. For example, you will have many dangerous caterpillars, and you have spray the crop using bacteria, and this will kill caterpillars. And anytime you have many caterpillars, you can do it again, all the time, again. A huge amount of these natural enemies are applied. Is the second way, inundation of biological control. And the last one, which is the best, I think, also not only for Europe but also in Africa, is conservation biological regulation. Conservation biological regulation means that you would like to conserve what ecosystem offers, because natural enemies, for example, are everywhere, and you can use what country and ecosystem offering. And if you are going for this, there are three key advantages. For example, natural enemies are everywhere. That's the first way. It's cheap, this procedure. You can start immediately. You don't need to apply special software, I don't know what, or to buy something. Everything is there, just to know what to do. That's conservation biological regulation. I will explain you today during my presentation what it means, conservation, how easily you can conserve and use your natural enemies in your region. Yeah, somehow. Conservation biological regulation, it's really highlight at least currently. And now this is end of classical biological regulation, and another non-chemical control method offering also one science, chemical ecology. Chemical ecology is dealing with communication of insect and plants together, or vice versa somehow, and are trying to utilize the communication of nature for your own profit. A chemical ecology dealing mostly with semiochemicals. Semiochemicals are compounds which are produced by plant or animals, and these are responsible for communication of insect. There are two categories of semiochemicals, pheromones and allochemicals. Pheromones means sexual hormones. These pheromones are chemicals which are used in one group, one species. You have one species, a female, male, and pheromones, sex pheromones, are responsible for attraction of any female to male. And we know now currently these pheromones totally. We know how it looks like. Any pest which is currently known, like most of them, for most of them we can produce synthetical pheromones, and we can play with them. We can play with them and use them. We are able to make the insect crazy. I can explain you afterwards somehow. And second group are allochemicals. Allochemicals are compounds which are responsible for communication between different species. For example, pest and parasitoid, plant and pest, plant and parasitoid. And there are some these allochemicals which are really powerful, and we can do a lot, because as it's written here down, if we understand how this system is working, and if we can synthesize and produce these pheromones and allochemicals, we can manipulate insect population. For example, to say it in hard, I can say to the insect, go to the right, no to the left, using these simple chemicals somehow. To make it more clear, I will skip again somewhere. Plants emit all the time some volatile organic compounds. Any part of plant, leaves, flowers, stems, roots, emitting something like this. And plants are trying to say something in this way. It's the easiest way for the plant how to inform surrounding that something is happened, something is missing, and asking for somebody. What is here flying? These volatile organic compounds in generally are calling language of plants. That's language of plants, and the best way is communicate with plants to understand what plants wanted, and afterwards to help them somehow. Because these chemicals which are here flying, these are meaning all of them something. The plants is able to produce some hundreds of them, and some of them are responsible for attracting pests, some for natural enemies, and so on. Maybe it's more clear if I will jump here. This is the explanation how it is. We have some plant, doesn't matter which plant is it. Plant is producing all the time some volatile organic compound. These dark or black and blue squares, this is plant producing all the time. If plant is damaged somehow, for example here downstairs, it's starting to produce something else. Some red squares are flying. And in the case if some pest is feeding on the plants, plants are changing biochemistry and starting to produce another special volatile organic compound. These are purple, and these purple things plants are using after attack of insect. That this cry of plants for help. This official explanation, it's not only my explanation, it's officially used, it's well known, crying for the help. And these induced volatiles are volatiles which are induced because of feeding of some insect, some pest, for example, some larvae. And these purple are asking some help, and the help are predators, not predators, parasitoids. Parasitoids are coming, following this purple square, are going there to the plant, and afterwards, one leaf by leaf, are trying to know where the damage, where the prey is. Afterwards, if it's found, this female are putting eggs to this female caterpillar, and they did. Yeah, as I explained you, it's like this. That's the crying for help. Okay. Another group of species, or not species, of compounds, which are really important in biological control currently, are hormones. Hormones has priority in insect. Is more hormones are doing more than as a normal another system neurons. So hormones are key. Hormones saying what to do. We know these hormones, and these hormones can stimulate or inhibit development of unsustainable time. I will explain you what we can do and what is possible, because hormones are responsible for pupation of insect, for emerging of adult from the pupae, or from one larvae to another larvae, the growth. If you are able to play with pheromones, you can do this. You can stimulate insect to do something which is unsuitable in that current period. For example, here we have one explanation in the case of Bombyx mori, just as a sample. What is typical? Typical is that this fly, Bombyx mori, laying egg on the leaf. Afterwards, there is the first instar of larvae. Afterwards, second instar, third, fourth, fifth instar of Bombix mori larvae, and afterwards pupation here and adult. That's normal system in caterpillars, in moths. But for this are responsible two pheromones. I will just very simply explain. Pheromones A and B. All the time when is dominating pheromone or hormone A, the caterpillar move from one to another and again, and afterwards the hormone A is going down, the level of them, starting to be top hormone B, and immediately the larva pupate and new adult emerged. What we can do, we can currently knowing how the hormones looks like, and we are able to produce them using the pheromones, and afterwards already here in the third instar we can say to the caterpillar pupate, and afterwards is very small adult. Very small adult is perfect, but the small adults are sterile. And if we are doing this, we are really eliminating some species. These are not able to copulate or mate somehow. That's the reason what pheromones or hormones are able to do. Okay. And another possibility from chemical ecology are sterile insect. Sterile insect is procedure where you can produce sterile males, and you can release the sterile male to the environment. Here it's written that if it's reproduction sterility, for this you need some special chemicals or radiation, for example. It should be done under lab condition, and this we are using to eliminate some species, because some insect species are copulate only once or mating only once, especially flies. And if fly is copulating with sterile male, for the female it seems it's okay, it's done, but it's not, because male is sterile, and afterwards no eggs are coming, adults and females are die, and the number of that species is going down. And we are very good in this in Slovakia, because we are helping also in Africa, as I know, in Ethiopia and Kenya especially, to fight with fly tsetse fly, which is distributing sleeping disease, and we are creating there in Kenya, I think Kenya, no? So some places to rear these flies, and we are doing this some years already, and number of sleeping sickness starting to go down a little bit based of that. So that's the what is good from this reason. Okay, sterile insect is another way. Another chemical or not chemical manners of regulation. There are many, of course. Not only natural enemies are important. These another systems are, for example, good plant condition. Of course, plants must be happy to do something with water and warm and light and something. Cultural practices, crop rotation and so on, time of planting, time of harvest, cultivation, intercropping or undercropping. It's also good, because if you are doing this, the crop is not already monoculture, because there is something else. And last one, mechanical measures, but I will continue with the non-chemical manners. There is also support of soil activity and germination of seeds, leaf nutrition. If you are doing everything what I mentioned here, these non-chemical manners, where also this our company, which is organizer of this meeting, are doing well a lot. If we are doing everything what is necessary, the plant supports its life striking power of plants, self-striking power of plants. Plants are happy, say it clearly, plants are happy, insect is in trouble, but not only plants and insect are related or connected to these non-chemical treatments. Another reason is that also people, if you are using special chemicals, for example, or soil and fertilizers and so on, also the immunity increasing in people are healthier, and that's it. It's cool, and are able to protect a little bit more against some pandemic situation, as already my colleague said. Also SARS, for example, and COVID-19 currently, and so on. It's good. It's good. It's necessary to do this. What I said, to help ecological farming also in this way. And now, last but not least, I would like to explain you the best strategy in biological control. It will be very romantic, very simple, but it's good. I think also in Africa, and also in Europe, and also European Union starting to support such way of plant protection. So conservation biological control. Conservation biological control, as I explained you already, is the way how to use what else environment offering, and you can afterwards maybe use also one part of augmentation method. You can use some natural enemies, bacteria, for example, Bacillus thuringiensis, and also egg parasitoids from the genera Trichogramma. I will say more about this. Let's go for this. Biological control, conservation biological control. If it must work, there are two necessities: maximalization species diversity of plants and structural complexity of vegetation. And afterwards, you need to know what you have there, as I already said. Who eats whom. You must know which kind of pests are there, which natural enemies you have, what about the local ecosystem, which plants are there. This is necessity which is necessary to do this. What is a problem? What is a problem mostly in Europe for sure? Problem is that vegetation is fragmented. Inside farm and also outside farm. That's the problem. It's some part of natural places is isolated as here. That's the problem. Solution is maybe much easier in Africa do this as in Europe. Support these freestanding places as this one, for example, and link them to connect this one with, for example, here is something to connect them. I will explain you how to connect them. All of these places we are scientifically calling ecologically compensation areas. That means areas which are bringing to the ecosystem farm what is missing there, the nature somehow. At this linking, for example, it's very easy. For example, simple road. Road is going from somewhere to somewhere, and it's a line. And natural enemies, for example, are not sitting somewhere here in the field, in the wheat or cereals or I don't know, corn or something like that. These natural enemies are here in the natural places. And from here, natural enemies are able to know that here is problem, here are pests. But these are not able just to fly from here directly here and do something with pests. These natural enemies need to slowly go from some natural vegetation, slowly along this road, for example, during the journey somewhere, are eating something, these flowering plants are able to support them as a food, nectar and some sweet secretion which are there. And these natural enemies are going from here to the field and back. And again, some elevation and again. That's the reason why we need to link these ecological compensation areas. But what these are, I will just mention few. For example, what we already looking for, growth as here, or some natural unproductive areas. There is nothing, only stones, for example. It's perfect. If you have something like this close to your farm, it's great. You have also natural enemies in touch somehow. Also, everything what is around the road is useful, as I explained already, or bulk. It's important. Along any streams, the greenery which is there, it's also perfect place. If you are looking from the top, it is one stream, and along is all the time some vegetation. It's also lineage. Along this, the natural enemies of nature could spread to the countryside somehow. Or lines growth of bushes and some twigs or stones or I don't know what, because all these places are sites where natural enemies are spending time. For example, hedge growth or frogs or lizards, and these are, or even insect is living here, and from here spreading to the countryside somehow. From that reason is important such, if you have more these natural areas, ecological compensation places, the structurally is good. If you will compare this situation with situation which is typical in Slovakia, for example, huge monocultures. Problem for natural enemies is that these natural enemies are lost, totally lost. They don't know where to go, where to move. Because natural enemies, if I will go back to this slide, natural enemies are somewhere here or here, and problem is here in the middle of this field. These natural enemies know problem is here, but need to fly slowly, and are coming here later or dying during the journey. And from that reason, you need to connect these fields somehow. Okay, here is a problem. Ecological compensation areas, they should be, according to scientific research, at least 5–10% of farm area. If it's like this, at least you can think, or you can do something with natural enemies. If it's not, it's problem. What to do with this? You can, as is written, support existing areas, as is here behind, or you can sowing plant mixtures in some logically linked areas. I will show you how it is. For example, here is the field edge, and there are some weeds growing. It's uncultivated, it's good, but we can do something like this deliberately. For example, we can sow strips of knowing weeds somehow. In Europe, we are using in this way special mixtures. These special mixtures are mostly based on 29 at least plants which are flowering, which are producing nectar or some another sweet secretion. And these are plants with big leaves, small leaves, and everything is absolutely important. There are many. I will just this is a list of some of these plants. I will just explain you using pictures. For example, here this Phagopyrum, or here is one plant. I will just we have not so much time. These plants are flowering. That's the point. It should be flowering, because if it's flowering, it's offering food for natural enemies, or places where to overwinter. from natural enemies. You can do something with this, but how to do it? Where to place these strips? You have possibilities to, it is written here, on the edges of the field. For example, here is one edge, one field, another field, and these are continually coming from one to another one. If you will put some strip here, for example, or if you will cut the field in half somehow and sow the plants there, the ideal situation is that these strips are at least 398 meters width, and distance between them 50, 100 meters. But doesn't matter. It's not necessary to follow these numbers, but do it somehow. Somehow place these strips somehow. If you will do this, again, you will support totally biodiversity. You will support biodiversity in that way. For example, I was trying to know how much biodiversity is here in the field, comparing with this part downstairs, some uncultivated area, and there is written, what is written here, it's really true. As for the natural enemies and ecologically compensation areas, success is not always what you see. Because if you were looking for this and here nothing special, you will never say that this is better and perfect for the growing somehow. And I wanted to know the situation if I was comparing field and uncultivated place. When I was doing research there, it was possible and very clear that there were much more species and also not only number of species and frequency of species, and also places to overwinter somehow. And when I will use numbers to explain this situation, the best natural enemies which are counting mostly to say something about ecosystem are spiders and ground beetles. When we were calculating spiders on an uncultivated area, there was 223 spiders per square meter, and in the field only 16 per square meter. But not only 16, but here was 20 different species, and here only 2 species. And ground beetle the same. The big number uncultivated place, less number field. That's just to think about this somehow. Another thing what is necessary to think is how big is parasitation when you are using some flowering strips along the field. The percentage of parasitation is very big, 40–70% at least, thanks to these strips which are flowering here. It's also good, perfect. If you are growing plants, any plants, everywhere you are, you need to know also something about the pests which are there. I will use one pest as a sample. Very small bug, Alygus rugulipenis. It's a species which have sucking foot, mouth, and but it is polyphagous. It's polyphagous. It's everywhere. Huge amount of this, different host and everything. Also different crops are host of this species. You need to know everything about the life cycle and preferences. Why I am speaking this? This insect is able to feed on many different crops with preference of sunflower. If you are growing some problematic crop as a sunflower, and you have there close to sunflower cereals or alfalfa, you need to think in that way that you will cut cereals somehow during harvest. After cutting, all these bugs which are here and are not very dangerous here in cereals are moved from cereal to another field. If close is sunflower, everything go there. The best is afterwards think about this possibility already during crop rotation, not place plants which are in danger close to the sources of insect somehow. And here is alfalfa is top favorite plant of this species. Again, if you have something like this, never cut all the field together. Keep part, for example, there are 9 hectares, for example, or 5 hectares of alfalfa. Cut only 1 hectare, for example, or 3 hectares. The rest keep still alive. And afterwards, the insect will move from cut area to uncut part of alfalfa and vice versa afterwards. And it will never go somewhere else. It's also good to know something like this. Anyway, you are growing something somewhere. Think that if some pests are there, most of them are generalist, but prefer some plants. It's if you are using something as a trap crop, here was growing of some cabbage and cauliflower. And this area was planted by plants which are flowering, alfalfa and chamomile, for example. And this act already is enough to stop the pest, because that species which I explained you will be for sure coming here and will stay here, will not go to the cabbage and cauliflower. And if you like, you can do treatment here in the trap crop, and mostly it's not enough at all, because this pest will stay here, will not go further somewhere. Okay. And now, I don't know what about time, but I would like to explain you one special procedure of biological control, which was developed in Africa, close to the Rwanda, in the East Africa here. There is one, maybe you know more than me, there is one special butterfly with this name, spotted stem borer, his Latin name, looking like this. Larvae of this species are here. Origin of this species is Asia, area India and around. And this species appeared in Africa somewhere in 1950s and stabilized there. And it's a problem. They are feeding on the leaves of corn, for example. This species is feeding on cereals in generally, but especially corn on the leaves. Afterwards, larvae are feeding within stems of sunflower. It's falling down, and there are natural secondary fungi are coming there. It's problem. But in I think in Uganda and Tanzania, it was developed one very powerful and even magic system how to protect plants from this against this this butterfly. These people starting to think in that way. You have cornfield. At the border, from one side, another side was planting different plant, trap plant. Trap plant was Sudan grasses or Uganda grass, is written Napier grass, and these trap plants are producing the same chemicals as corn, but much more, and these moths, as after attract to this trap plant, are going up, releasing the cornfield, and in the same time, in the cornfield, as undersown, is growing one special plant from Fabaceae family, Desmodium, and this one is emitting chemicals which are repelling these butterflies. So there is trap crop. It's much better than corn. There is one plant which is repelling as a repellent for this moss, and that's it. Because afterwards the moss is coming to the trap crop, laying egg, and what is the best and top? Also, larvae hatch here on the trap crops, but these larvae are die suddenly. Not only are coming here females, but also larvae are not able to finish development. So this is and this system is working absolutely without chemicals. Any chemicals are there. It was only patenting this system. It's perfect system. We are in Europe still thinking about something similar, but it's coming soon. Maybe you know for sure that you have some problems in Africa with parasitic plants. Parasitic plants, especially in corn, there is striga, witchweed, witch broom, and this desmodium, this plant, emitting also volatiles via roots somehow, and these compounds which this plant is emitting in the soil, reducing germination of parasitic plants. These are also not there. It's really perfect system, everything under control. It's only necessary to establish it somehow, and we are calling this procedure push-pull method. Push from somewhere, pull to somewhere. The push-pull method is really perfect. We can be inspired with Africa. It was really perfect, this one. Push-pull strategy. And last but not least, I will at least mention also another way what we can do using biological or natural enemies. In this way, bacteria Bacillus thuringiensis. Bacillus thuringiensis subspecies Kurstaki is bacteria which is specific for moss, larvae of moss. And if is the name of the bacteria, Bacillus thuringiensis Kurstaki. If moss is feeding leaves which were treated with Bacillus thuringiensis Kurstaki, there are spores and toxic proteins. These larvae are immediately within minutes finish feeding. It stopped absolutely. In 1-2 hours, the larvae, because of the toxic substances in the bacteria, the good gut of these larvae is really destroyed, and larvae are dying of septicemia. This is poisonous, everything, and plants are these moss or larvae, IDS, finishing like this, hanging down from the plant somehow, only exoskeleton is there, and these are dead. It's really effective, this is working a lot, it's perfect. Just you need to spray your crop with solution, similarly as with chemicals. And it's working for larvae of moss only, this one. And last, totally is important to say something. We can also using natural enemies against eggs of pest, some of them, especially moss pest. There is one special natural enemy, or many of them, from the genus Trichogramma, egg parasites, and these are laying own eggs to another eggs. And if it's like that, these eggs, which are mostly yellow or light colors, at the end are dark or black. If it's like this, that means that these eggs are dead because of larvae of these egg parasites. And effectivity is big. at least 80% of eggs is destroyed if you will apply Trichogramma species as egg parasites to the field. Okay, and this is, I think, all from my side. Yes, that's all from my side. Thanks for your attention. Sorry, maybe it was too long, but it's all.
All right, fantastic. All right, then. So our next will be Mr. Patrick Chiklamini. He's actually representing Rokosan Agro Slovakia. He has many years of experiences and practical experiences from application of Rokosan and Roko activity products in Slovak agriculture. So he will take us briefly and share some more insight on this topic. So just give me a second, please.
Let me explain a little bit about us. So this is the agenda. So I will tell you a few words about us, RWA Corporation, what we do. Then I would say some words to innovative products and services, what we do. And then I will tell you about the keratin, like a raw material that comes from feathers, from hooves and horn. This is the material Rokovia is talking about. And then let's say a few words about products, final product. That means Rokolan, focused on soil structure for improvement of soil. Then Rokoactive as a product for biostimulation of seeds. And then the final one is Rokohumin. It's a product from the category of foliar nutrition. So about us and what we do. So we are the distribution company in Central European region. That means we are traders in agriculture, and we also do some farming activities with the clients in different regions. We are at the moment still strictly focused on Central European region. That means the countries around the Danube River. Our turnover is at the moment, the average is about 2.5 billion euro, and we have about 2,000 employees and cooperatives. On this map, you can see the region where we work. So Czech Republic, Slovakia, Austria, Croatia, Serbia, Romania, Hungary, and Slovenia. And on the map, you can see the Danube River and the small yellow points that are the places where we work, where we are. So you can see that we are very, very close to Danube River. This river helps with logistics of agro commodities, with fertilizers, and so on. We are not just traders, but we also have the production plants for seeds. Here you can see some pictures from our plant in Slovakia, where we do processing of corn, maize. And here are some pictures of new generations of farmers. I would like to say that the farming or agriculture is not just our business, but for sure it's also a hobby. And we organize lots of events for kids in different regions, so the kids could see the commodities, they could meet the animals, and so on. To finish the topic, what we do, I would like to introduce you some innovative products and services, what we have. So what we do is we do the analysis of soil structure, just because if we want to start the farming, we would need to know the quality and status of the soil. So we do this analysis. Then we are doing the monitoring from space. And what we are also interested in, we are trying to find the repellents, that means the protection products against wildlife. Here are some pictures from the topic of monitoring the fields. So it's kind of innovative agriculture. It is just for your information to know what we do. We are doing the sampling with the special sampling machine. It's a drill where we drill up to 30 centimeters and we are making the samples. And repellents against wildlife. You can see here the cornfield. So you pay a lot of money for fertilizers, you pay a lot of money for pesticides, and then in one moment the wildlife could destroy completely your field. So we are trying to find the product, how to secure the fields against wildlife. So this was about us, what we do, and now I will try to start with the problematics of keratin. Keratin is a raw material that comes from feathers, horns, and hooves. So it is a material which you get when you process this waste. Maybe you know, maybe not, that keratin is a very special material and consists of about 15% nitrogen and 1 to or from 1 to 2% of phosphor. So it is a raw material very rich on nutrients. So if you process the feathers, horns and hooves, so you practically get very, very good raw material for making the fertilizers. This material, this keratin, you can have in loose form, so crushed horns and hooves, or it could be liquid material that comes from the process of from processing of feathers. So this keratin could be used for solid fertilizers which you spread on the field, or you can get the liquid material that is used for production of foliar fertilizers. So let's say this is the basic agenda of raw material. Now I will tell you more about the 3 categories of products. The first one is Rokolan, made from keratin, and this is a product which is used to improve the soil structure. We know that there are 3 basic nutrients that we need for growing. So it's N, P, and K. The quality of structure, the quality of soil and the structure of soil has impact on intake of nutrients. That means if your soil is very acid, so the uptake of these basic 3 nutrients is very low. If you use the organic material fertilizer and you improve the quality of soil, then the structure of soil and the pH of soil is higher. So now, if you look at this picture, you can see that if your soil has acidity of 5.5, then you can see that, let's say, phosphor, you can take just 48% of phosphor from the soil. So you invest money for fertilizer, but your soil is not able, and the plant, so the plant is not able to take more than 48%. So that's why we are talking about the problematics of soil structure. So use the organic fertilizer to make it better, and then the plants can take from the soil more. At this picture, you can see how looks the different quality of soil. On the left side, you can see the good quality of soil. It was a test, and it's soil rich on organic material. On the right side, there is not so much organic material inside. So on the left side was used organic fertilizer. This picture was made in February or in March. So let's say at the end of winter, and you can see the quality of field. So how these plants survived winter. Yeah, so you can see very easily the difference. They are greener, and the status of the health of the plants is much better on the soils with higher organic material inside. This is a picture about bad quality of soil. So it's a cornfield, and you can see the soil as a soil crusting. That means if you don't use the organic fertilizers, so then the soil at the bottom is like a concrete. So it is very difficult for water and for air to go inside the soil. Yeah, so there is a rain, but it's let's say maybe some storm or rain, and the soil is not holding the water inside, and you can see like a concrete, like asphalt, the soil crusting at the bottom. This picture shows the bad quality of soil, left side, and good quality of soil, right side. So when you use the organic material, then the soil and the plant can take better the oxygen and water. We know that when the soil has high acidity, so the pH lower than 6, it is very problematic for the plant. On this picture, you can see that if the microorganisms in the soil are breeding, so they produce CO2. And when there is a soil crusting at the bottom, the CO2 accumulates inside the soil and makes the acidity of the soil. On the right side, there is, on the right picture on the right side, there is not soil crusting at the bottom, and you can see that CO2 comes out from the soil and the oxygen comes into. Yeah, so the process of taking in and out is very, very good, thanks to good structure of soil, so the content of organic material. You can see at this picture, if you would take the microscope and you take one piece of soil under the microscope, you can see that every piece of soil consists of three materials. So it's sand, it is the biggest one. Then it's dust and clay. Clay is rich on organic matter, and it is the material which is holding the sand and dust together. If there is a lack of organic matter, so then the clay, which consists of small particles, looks like the wall, like the bricks. You can see it here, that the smallest particles of the soil are together like bricks on the wall. So if there is a rain, there is not possible to store the water. Yeah, so the plant has water only during the time of rain. At this picture, you can see another form. This is a soil with good soil structure. That means, again, there are three parts of the soil: sand, dust, and clay. If there is a high organic matter in the soil, then in the soil it doesn't look like here bricks, like a wall, but the structure looks like a house of cards. So it is inside this house of cards, there is a space for water. So I would like to say that if the quality of soil is good, then the soil has a good storage capacity for the water. So if there is a period of rain, then this rain stays in the soil for a longer time. So if you use organic fertilizers in the soil, then for sure the soil has a better storage capacity for the water. To finalize the topic of soil structure, this is the application of product Rokosan, so product made from keratin, which is used for improvement of soil. So this was the first category for the products from keratin. This was the product for soil structure. The second category is biostimulation of seeds. Yeah, so as I told you at the beginning, there are three categories: soil structure, for biostimulation of seeds, and then for the last one for foliar applications. So for biostimulation of seeds, there is a product RokoActive. What we need from this product is we need to improve the germination activity of seeds. That means we need these seeds to be in good condition. You can see, or you can compare, on the left side, there are seeds which are treated with the biostimulation products RokoActive. On the right side, there are seeds which were not stimulated, so without application. Now I will show you three different pictures. It was made during the period of application. So 3 days, the photo of day 1, day 2, and day 3. in the red circle, there are seeds with the application of Rokoactive, so biostimulated seeds. In the below, on the picture below, you can see the seeds without application, and you can see on the photograph in very easily form how they react on applications. So if you look at this picture, day one, maybe you can see there is not some difference. You cannot see the difference. But the picture from day two, it already shows in the red circle, so you can see that seeds which was biostimulated has already better form and is germinating quicker than not treated seeds. And the last picture is day three. So at the third day, on the third day, you can already see the big difference between treated and not treated seeds. So this is the role of Rokoactive as a product to help the seeds by germination to start quicker and to be in better form. Application of this product is during the seed treatment. So there is a small machine when you make the application of pesticide on the seeds, and during this process you just add to the pesticide this organic product, and you can make the treatment of seeds in one moment. So you applicate the, let's say, fungicide and this organic biostimulator in one moment. The last category is foliar nutrition. Here we are talking about product which is called rocohumin. What we need from this type of products, we always need the foliar fertilizer which makes the nutrition of plants and biostimulation. If you usually buy and use some chemical foliar nutrition, foliar fertilizers, they are rich on nutrients, but often they are without biostimulation. If you use the organic form of foliar nutrition, then you got something extra. That means you give to the plant the feed material, so nutrition and biostimulation. This rocohumin consists of amino acids and humic acids, and it is universal use, so ideal for sale, for distribution to farmers. So you don't need 10 or 20 types of different products. You get one universal product which could be used for all. What does it mean, foliar nutrition and biostimulation? You can see on this picture. That means you can see the difference made after 3 weeks of application. We need to help the plant in the first stages of growth. Sometimes there are not very positive weather conditions, and the plant feels stressed. So this is a time for foliar application, for foliar fertilizers. And why do we do it so just because to help them to survive this stress. And you can see the difference in this picture. By using materials which are rich of humic acids, as rocohumin is for sure, we also do the biostimulation of roots. So we need to stimulate the root system, and if the plant has good root system, then this plant is able to take more and more nutrients from the soil. You can see on this picture, on the left side, there is a plant where we did application of foliar nutrition, on the right side not. Yeah, so the only difference is root system, but this is the most important in first stages of growth. Another one is if this plant has a good root system, so it is stable, not so stressed, and sometimes survives the windy weathers, strong rains, and so on. So you can see here the place where was applied foliar nutrition stays without problems after the windy storm, and in front of you can see the field where was not applied the foliar nutrition. It's already not so stable and destroyed by weather. Yeah, this is the difference by maize, by corn. Yeah, so we need this plant to have or to become very stable and good root system at the beginning. So this is the role of biostimulation or nutrition in the first stages. And the final quality. This is also a question to talk, because if the nutrition is done in good way during the complete period of growth, then the result is much positive. On the left side, you can see the corn, which we got using the biostimulation of seeds and foliar nutrition. On the right side of the picture, you can see what we got from the field where we didn't do it. Yeah. So, okay, if you don't do this biostimulation or foliar nutrition, you also get the crop, but the quality and the yield is not so good, or is lower, definitely. Here you can see two different pictures of sunseed. So by biostimulation and foliar nutrition, the crops stay greener longer period. This is the photo made in the same moment. On this field there was no foliar nutrition, so in this period the sunflower is not so green, or the greening doesn't look so or is in the period of time not so positive like by the field where we did the application of foliar nutrition, so the period of greening is longer. That is a good step how to get during the period of harvest a better yield. So the plants stay on the field longer. They can uptake the nutrition from the field longer, and so on. And this is legumes, let's say soybean. Yeah, so again, we did the test with the foliar nutrition on the left side, place with application of foliar nutrition on the right side without foliar nutrition. Yeah, so you can see the difference, how it looks when you make the foliar fertilizing on the field. Yeah, so from my side, this was all. And maybe if you would have some questions, I'm here.
I'm asking whether these three products, is it necessary to use all of them as a package, or someone can select one of them and get the good yield?
Based on that question, what it seems to be is that you cannot, or it depends on the farmers what sort of agricultural crops they are actually planting. Different products can be selected based on the different crops, but however, I will call back Mr. Patrick to give you more insight on that, on the question, if you don't mind. Would it be all right?
As I told you during the presentation, the usage of product is universal. That means you have one product for any types of crop that you need. That is the big advantage for us as a distribution company. We don't need hundreds of types or 20 types of different products, but we have one special and could be used by different types of customers in different regions.
All right. So I believe he did answer your question. If that's clear.
Sorry, I didn't get the answer very clear to me.
Well, basically what he meant was that the product, it's universal. So there is one single product for multiple type of crops. So this is the basic advantage of the Rokovia product. You can actually apply it on different type of crops with just one single universal fertilizer, organic fertilizer. So you don't have to be considering buying separate type of products for different type of crops.
So maybe if I may chip in a bit, this question is about, we have seen that the kind of, 3 stages, yeah, kind of 3 stages. For soil enhancement, for seed kind of protection, and then there's a kind of, stimulation for all these type of products. So I think his question, which I think probably I may also have, it's whether these things can be, used as dosage kind of treatment, because you're doing it in several stages, or you have one product, as you said, that can be used and serve the same purpose. Though, of course, probably the quantity can be different depending on the type of the soil, but also maybe on the crop. So I think that was his question. I think, of course, maybe I do have. It's whether this can be done in combination at different stages of the crop. Hello?
Sorry, sir. Could you please speak loudly or repeat, because I cannot hear it clearly.
So, hello, is it okay now?
No, I don't hear very good. So let me repeat. So if I heard clearly, so your question was about the dosage. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the dosage. Yeah, for sure. There is a different dosage for each crop. That means universal fertilizer with different dosage. What we do, for example, by corn, we use only one application with big dosage, because if the field of corn is high, so there is not mechanization which you can use when you want to go into the field. But let's say for a wheat or for barley, we take the same dosage like for corn, but we divide this dosage for 2 separate applications. So we use the first stage, and at the first growth stage of plant, and then the second part of this dosage we use for later application, let's say 4 or 5 weeks later. Yeah, so we use the same dosage, but we divide some dosage in 2 different parts. For example, by legumes, like a soybean, for example, we usually use more dosage than by wheat. In general, you have different types of crops. The best results you usually get by crops with the big leaf flat. That means, let's say, sunflower has a big leaves, or soybean, so the uptake of nutrition, of foliar nutrition via leaf is much better than, for example, by wheat. I hope you understand what I wanted to tell you.
Sure, that's clear.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm always in contact with Mr. Adam. So if you would maybe have any further questions in the futures, just inform him and I can send it by email, any response you need. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, so we're back. So the next presentation will be given by Mr. Josef Skonkan. He's an architecture from AASS, the company based here in Slovakia. He will present the architectural plan for the infrastructure of the Rokosan Rwanda plant. So just give me a second, I'll invite him over, and so he can begin with the presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Josef Skokan, and I'm in the position of company executive of my studio of architecture and urbanism. As an architect, I have won several awards, such as CZAR 2015 Architecture Award, nomination for European Union Prize, Miss van der Rohe Award 2017, first prize in competition of community center of Mai in Czech Republic, and a couple of others. We have operated in Slovakia and South American country in Bolivia, and also we operated in Czech Republic and Ukraine. I hope we are starting in your country now, so we look forward to this cooperation, and I hope the result will be a quality project with benefit your country and society. Actually, we have made a study which dealt production centers for animals waste processing into organic fertilizer. Mrs. Atalova will tell more information about it, and I want to ask her to lead this presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello. The production center has 2 parts. One, collection point, and the second one, the main production complex, which includes industrial hall, administrative center, and apartments for temporary housing. The feasibility study has 2 main sections: architecture and technology. The architecture section covers the following main topics: urbanism, site plan, architectural concept, construction and structural design, water, electricity, sewerage, fire protection, ventilation and air conditioning, roads and paved areas, and storage facilities. The technology section covers the following main topics: collection point technology, animal waste treatment technology, packaging technology, process automation, production control, monitoring and visualization of production, and photovoltaic. The production facility concerned, which we design, is in the tropics. So we find the city of Kigali, the capital of Rwanda, to be the reference point for the project. It has the latitude of -1.944 and longitude of 30.062. The reference day is the 21st day of the month. The chart shows that at noon, when the sunlight is very strong, it is at its highest point of 88 degrees in March and September, and it is at its lowest point of about 65 degrees in June. To make use of the sunlight and shading, it'll have an impact on the architectural design. The source of this information provided comes from Casio. The statistics of the highest temperature, average temperature, and lowest temperature values shows that the temperature values are very similar and stable over the year. It's different when it comes to the precipitation values. The amount of rainfall received in June, July, and August is very low. The annual total precipitation is about 1,000 millimeters. The source of this information is not known, so it has some informative value for us. The very location of the production area for the complex has not yet been selected. That's why the site plan does not show any of the broader relations in detail, but it rather points to some of the important issues involved. The total area is about 12,700 square meters. The yellow part refers to the buildings of about 2,300 square meters. The green part means greenery, and it's about 4,600 square meters. The dark gray part means roads and parking lots of about 4,000 square meters. The light gray part means paved areas and sidewalks of about 1,800 square meters. The topics that need to be addressed at the next stages are electricity, expected data, transformer station 400 kilowatt amperes. The total power input is 310 kilowatt hours. The annual consumption is 630,000 kilowatt hours. The next issue to consider is water, expected data, daily consumption of 30 cubic meters of the drinking water. Consumption of drinking water is made up of 7 cubic meters. The fire water supply requires the capacity of 25 liters per second or 45 cubic meters fire tank. The sewerage and its expected data, the use of a local sewer or the use of your own sewer. Approximately 2 cesspools of size 80 cubic meters are required so that they can be emptied regularly on a monthly basis. Some safety storage tanks are required for hazardous materials, substances. The next issue is the rainwater drainage. The use of rainwater is the subject of more detailed documentation. The design must consider a 3 months dry period. The concept of photovoltaic can be seen in the next site plan and in the 3D diagram. According to the publishing source, Hindawi, Rwanda has global radiation, both direct and scattered, ranging from 1,535 to 2,018 kilowatt hours per square meter. Kigali is probably at around 1,800 kilowatt hours per square meter. The roof of the production hall, the office building, and of apartments provides a theoretical potential of about 0.7 megawatt hours. More importantly, however, is the technical and economic potential, which also takes into consideration the geographical potential, socio-economic factors, and other data that are not yet available. The main part of the production complex is the production hall. The hall is designed as a skeletal structure, framed structure building with trussed girders and a suspended external cladding. It's a solitaire. The expected production is 20 million liters of fertilizer per year. The main animal material for the production of organic fertilizers includes horns, hooves, bones, and feathers. The treatment processes include adding of water and additives, 1 to 8. And in the hall, there is an office, the main production area, storage facilities that included with the utility and service areas. The production area includes receipt of material entry, material processing, and the main production area. Then finalization of production, packaging, technology, and product packaging. The storage facilities are divided into storage for input material and storage of products. The production of 20 million liters requires 3 reactors of 15 cubic meters each in capacity. The expected data, daily consumption of animal material is about 30 tons. Duration of the cycle is 8 to 23 hours. The number of working days per year is 251. Material storage is 21 square meters per day. Product storage is 40 square meters per day. And for more details, we need to see the table. The production information system is the next topic. To discuss the diagram of the information system, point to the basic components, which are PC, personal computer, local area network, server and DB database, lab, automatic laboratory, PLC, programmable logic controller, logic controller, as I mentioned, and the detector NPK PHT. The system provides 3 levels: lower level, detector, signaling and PLC; intermediate level, operating system; database, communication module, monitoring; and upper level, visualization and monitoring, display of important data in the system, statistics, system setup, and configuration. Now the offices, the administrative building. There are 3 parking lots near the building: parking for employees, public parking, and parking for supplies. In the office building, there is an entrance foyer, patio, multi-use room, and dining room that provide comfort space for various company activities, presentations, training, events. The dining room is designed for employees of the administrative building and of the production area. They have access to the building from the side entrance inside the complex. To the left, there are 4 offices, secretariat, and archives. The utility and service area includes storage facilities, technical room, archive, sanitary facilities, gastronomic part or food service facility with a kitchen, storages, locker room, and some sanitary facilities. It is designed as a combination of skeletal structure and structural load-bearing walls. The foundation will probably be on the spread footings and on foundation strips. This is a solitary structure. The number of employees is 20, and there are 50 people expected for the training meetings. Now about the apartments. The apartments are designed in the eastern part of the complex for guests and employees of the company. They have a separate entrance, parking for 3 cars. There is a shared patio in the apartments to improve the climatic conditions. If the apartments are not used, the patio will be closed and there will be no access to the apartments then. The number of apartments is 3. The structural design is based on the use of structural walls, load-bearing walls. The foundation will be probably on the spread footings and on foundation strips. Now the collection point. The location of the production area for the complex has not yet been selected. That's why the site plan does not refer to broader relations in detail. The estimated total area of this place is about 4,000 square meters. The operation is located outside the main complex. The whole is designed as a skeletal structure with trussed girders and suspended external cladding, and is a solitary object. In the hall, there is an office, production area, internal and external storage facilities. There are 2 production lines. Production line for processing horns, hooves, and bones, and then the pallet line. The main input material is the horn material. The output material is bone meal and pellets. The annual production output depends on the size of the production line. In addition to the completion of the buildings and production lines, the important items include public utilities, roads and paved areas, and production logistics. That's why the selection of the building plot can have a great impact on the capital cost and the cost of operation. And it's necessary that at the next stage of this procedure, these items are addressed as well. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so I would like to ask if there are any questions from your side.
No, not really. I think we can maybe proceed to the next
presentation.
Yeah, then you can probably have kind of you know, a wrap up. Once I mean, to go through some issues that we might probably have noted during the presentation, if that's maybe agreeable.
Okay. So we are going to proceed with next presentation. Thank you. Okay, so now we can continue with our another presentation by Dr. Gregova about sanitation and use of animal byproducts in the EU and possibility of implementing the program in Rwanda.
Good afternoon. I would like to present my dear audience. I would like to present my presentation about this sanitation topic, sanitation and use of animal byproduct. In order to meet the food demand on the human population, has led to increased livestock production and higher amount of animal byproduct and wastes are produced each year. On the oldest and most efficient animal byproduct processing technique is rendering and also incineration, which facilitate the recovery of resources in the form of the protein, flour, and fat. Animal waste or animal byproducts are a subcategory of agricultural waste and are considered hazardous as they pose the threat to the public health and animal health and also environment. For this reason, a set of rules that rigorously define all phases of management producers has been established, and the primary method of the animal by product management are their disposal in collected site, incineration and processing, composting and anaerobic digestion for biogas production. According to our law, Act of Veterinary Care, the veterinary sanitation activities are, for example, here collection of and transport and disposal of and further processing of animal byproducts. Then also disinfection, rat control, and insect control, and where appropriate is the desodorization too. Also the capture and of stray and abandoned animals and their quarantine or isolation. What does mean animal byproduct? Is defined according the legislation, regulation 1069 from 2009. As the animal carcasses product of animal origin or other product obtained from animals not intended for human consumption. For example, is there included oocysts and embryos and semen. Simply, there are also some animal byproduct from live animal production during their keeping, for example, manure, wool, feather, and also product animal origin like egg, milk, and honey. Then also produced by animals which are and are no longer used for food production, or arise in the production of food of animal origin like whey, eggshell, and so on. Some animal byproduct are like edible, but for example, according our law, they are sometimes because of failure of packaging or failure of achieve this quality of intermediation and finished product is not sufficient. For this issue of animal byproduct is dealing the legislation, for example, national and international legislation, and some acts like Slovak Veterinary Care Act number 39, then international European regulation like regulation 1069 from 2009, which laying down health rules as regard animal byproducts and derived products not intended for human consumption are described. And same the Commission regulation number 142 from 2011 and Slovak regulation 148 from 2012, where are some detail of exemption for the collection, transportation, disposal of this byproduct for the use of animal byproduct for specific feeding purposes are there described. From this legislation, we, according the or depending on the risk of this animal byproduct pose to human and animal health and impact on the environment, we divide the special three category of animal byproduct. Of category 1, which is highly risky, then category 2, which is there is medium risk, and category 3 with a lower risk. This packaging containers and every vehicles which collect the animal byproduct have to be well have to ensure clear distinction from the other category by color have to be signed or have to be designed, and category number 1 is marked by red color. Category 2 is marked by yellow color, and category 3 by blue color. Now, I would like to say something about this category. There are many highly risky material, and here contain, for example, animal body parts, including hides and skin, and it is there are animals suspected. These carcasses are from suspected animals of being infected transmission spongiform encephalopathy, and animals killed in the context of these diseases eradicated in eradication measures. Also, every carcasses from pet animals, then zoo animals and animals from circuses, experimental animals or lab animals, and animals, wild animals which are suspected from the diseases communicable to human and animals, so-called zoonosis. Also, here are special category of specified risk material, which have to be collected in rendering in slaughterhouses, which are a prevention against this spongiform encephalopathies. Then for example, some entire bodies of dead animals which contain this specified risk material if during the slaughtering process wasn't collected specially. Then to this category 1, highly risky material contain products derived from animals to which substances prohibited according some special directive, and a product of animal origin containing residua of on environmental contaminants. And all animals, animal material collected when treating waste water from the category number 1, processing during this rendering processing and other premises which were in contact with this specific risk material are removed, including screening material from descending, then grease, oil mixture, sludge, and materials removed from drains from those premises unless such material content no specific risk material or part of such material. Then catering waste from international transport and mixture, if they don't know which mixture of few category of material 1, 2, or 3. Like I said, here is to this category 1, we have special specified risk material. These are tissues from ruminants, which on the basis of the pathogenesis of TSE and the epidemiological status of country or region of origin or residence of the animal concerned. This specified risk material should be removed and disposed in the manner which avoid any risk to human and animal health. That means minimum some standard during the processing have to be done. That means sterilization of the rendering animal byproduct have to be here. And like I said, it depends of the country and region according the using of the for example meat bone meal in the ruminant if they were feeded by this meal, or if occur some cases of bovine spongiform encephalopathy, then they are divided to some special categories of the country. And for example, Slovakia is the third. Therefore, in the slaughterhouse have to be collected this specified risk material, like the skull, including the brain and eyes, tonsils, then spinal cord of bovine animals, over which age over 12 months, and the whole intestine from duodenum up to rectum of this animal of all age category. For sheep and for goats, there have to be collected the skull, including the brain and eyes, tonsils and spinal cord of ovine and caprine animals aged over 12 months, or which have a permanent incisor erupted through the gum, and also spleen of all age category of all age of these animals. This specified risk material must be removed at slaughterhouses, and all specified risk material must be strained with the dye as appropriate, marked with a marker immediately on removal and completely destroyed, usually by blue color, and by incineration. They are destroyed by incineration without processing, or provide that dye or marker remains detectable and after pre-processing. This process have to be this pressure sterilization. When is used the high temperature up minimum 133 centigrade in the core of material, at least 20 minutes without interruption, and absolute pressure of at least 3 bars. Also, the size of particles have to be maximum this 5 centimeter. The second category material are collected, for example, manure and digestive tract content, all animal material collected when treating wastewater from slaughterhouses, including screening materials from descending grease oil mixture, sludge and materials removed from the drains from those premises, and then product of animal origin containing residua of veterinary drugs, other product than this category 1 material, which are from imported from non-member countries, and animals and part of animals that die on other than being slaughtered from human consumption, including animals killed to eradicate an zoonotic epizootic diseases. Then also mixture of category 2 and 3. And animal byproduct other than category 1 or category 2 material. The last, where is lowest risk, is the category 3. There are parts of slaughtered animals which are fit for human consumption, but they are not intended for human consumption from for commercial reason, break of package and so. Then parts of slaughtered animals which are reacted as unit for human consumption, but are not affected by any sign of diseases communicable to human or animals. And hides, then skin, hoofs, horn, then pig bristles, feather, originating from animals that are slaughtered in slaughterhouse after undergoing ante-mortem inspection, and were fit as a result inspection for slaughter for human consumption. Also blood, but except of ruminants that from animals that are slaughtered in the slaughterhouse, and also which were undergoing ante-mortem inspection. Then animal byproduct derived from the production of products intended for human consumption, including decreased bones and grease, and former foodstuff of animal origin, or former foodstuff containing a product of animal origin. Other than catering waste. Then raw milk, fish, and fresh byproduct from fish, and also shell, then blood, hides, and skin, hooves, and feather, wool, horn, and hair, and other catering waste product then was that I say in first and second category of material. Here is a high risk of from this animal byproduct. Therefore, today is taken a strong emphasis on the food safety, consumer protection, and public health in the world and also European countries. And carcasses and byproducts provide a suitable ground for growth of and multiplication of microorganisms, insect larvae, and serve as food for rodents that those establish the further circulation of pathogen. There are many sources of the transmission of bacterial, viral, and parasitic diseases, and also, of course, prion. And therefore, veterinary sanitation have to meet the requirement for the safe and health of human and animals to prevent introduction of dangerous diseases and to eliminate their agents. There are three mostly used processing in Slovakia, for example. The mostly are used treatment in the rendering plant, then incineration and burial. Selection of these remediation methods and means, their specificity, quantity, form of application, duration of action, and so on, is determined by analysis of epidemiological and episodological situation. If I compare these three methods, this burial and incineration are a remediation in emergency cases for emergency veterinary measures. And these two methods is carried out only in exceptional case. For example, in case of short-term interruption of the activity of a rendering plant, for example, if occurs some accident, reconstruction, or overloading because of the some very strict epidemiologic situation or very severe epidemiological situation. And for example, burial place have to ensure some recommendation. Burial place have to be minimum fenced, must have only one unlockable entrance, be secure against the entry of some human or animals, have to be impermeable subsoil and especially clay. Then it have to be must be protected from the groundwater. Also, there should be ensure some distance between the burial place and, for example, nearest water source. Like it have to be minimum 500 meters. Then the distance between some nearest residential area and the burial place have to be minimum 1,500 meter. And also some hygienic measures have to be there done from the viewpoint of transmission of diseases, like disinfection of wheels after each visit of some vehicles. And last thing, this burial place have to be this enclosure area must be maybe used for another purpose only after 20 years from the date of the last deposit of animal waste. That means but I think it is necessary or also longer time than this time. Incineration, like this emergency remediation, it could be done in border or in pit and in a special incinerator. But this is mostly the best is this treatment in the rendering plant. Each carcasses in the farm or in slaughterhouse, the byproduct have to be collected special way in carcass box, which is refrigerated or keep cool. Then these carcasses are collected until they are taken away to the, for example, rendering plant. This collection place, carcass box, is have to be located on the outskirts of the farm with a special access for the rendering vehicles. And during the construction, this carcass box have to be well cleanable and disinfectable. That means with the surface which is resistant to chemical disinfectant, have to be sloped to the sink, and then very important is to collect wastewater. This wastewater have to be collected for minimum 6 months, and so processing of animal byproduct in rendering plant is this process is one of the oldest method of animal byproduct processing, and it is necessary this thermal inactivation method under specific temperature, which is minimum this 133 centigrade at least 20 minutes, and the pressure at least 3 bar. For example, in our country, it is used for the rendering plant processing from 1899, and that was the wet method, and after 1924 was used dry method, which is mostly used nowadays. In European Union until 1986, where there was no legal framework for the distribution of animal feed produced through rendering, that considered the natural food chain, resulting in the appearance of bovine spongiform encephalopathy outbreaks with human casualties and devastating effect of on the economy. This animal byproduct cannot be used as animal feed for animals of the same species, and rendering is still attractive as an animal byproduct processing methods, making great use of simple procedures and byproduct that would otherwise end up in landfills. Wide range of byproducts processed by rendering is utilized by important industry sectors to produce animal feed for pet animals, then fertilizers and leather and pharmaceuticals. These processes during rendering in the rendering plant are ensure effective, efficient and safe of the final material. Its application has the effect on the inactivation a large volume of animal byproduct and lead to the production of pathogen-free material, for example, free from bacteria, viruses and parasites, and which can be then further utilized. During this rendering, the particle size is decreased and followed by this heat treatment and final separation into solid and liquid fraction. This protein-rich solid produced can be used as animal feed for pets or under certain condition for farm animals, as well as to produce this fertilizer and soil improvers. And the produced fat, depending on its quality, can be used to produce biofuels and energy for the processes in the rendering plant. Here are written a few points or step of rendering processes during rendering plant. That means the first, the collected carcasses are transported by closed refrigerated car to the rendering plant. This car have to be well disinfected and disinfection channel, and also disinfection or hygienic filter have to be used for workers. This closed car unload the material by animal byproduct to material buffer bin, and then is crushed, cut to this size, maximum 5 centimeter pieces. Then this homogeneous mass is sent to the sterilizer or cooker. There is cooked to in high, is sterilized by 133 centigrade in the middle of this mass during 20 minutes, and by pressure 3 bars. and after then is dried this material. Also by high temperature around 90 centigrade, and after heating is material pressed. We remove such way the fat. This fat have to be also then treated by heating, and then after centrifugation is the second treatment of the fat. Then is fat collected in some reservoir, and we have separated fat and meat meal. Such solid material which have to be then crushed, and in this hammer mill is used for production of this meat bone flour or meal. Then these are two final products, but during the process of rendering, there occur also odors which have to be removed from the area, or and therefore air have to be sent to the scrubber for sterilization. And after sterilization is treated by filtration in biofilters upon reach standard, then is discharged. Also is produced high amount of water, wastewater, which also have to be treated, and in the wastewater treatment plant. And after microbial decomposing is also discharged. Here few pictures of this material buffer bin, and every this step which I mentioned are in closed system, this sterilizator and also hammer mill, and then packaging of the meat and bone flour. Material, they have to be treated separately, material category 1, 2, and 3, and the last one, this material category 3, can be, we can use it for some special case, or for example, hides and skin can be cured, and final product is cured hide and skin, leather and textile. Then hoofs, horn can be processed, and the final product is the meal, which is used like fertilizer. Then from this material can be used also, can be produced gelatin or keratin by extraction, or hydrolysate like fertilizer. Also bone, from bone can be, from this category 3, can be extract collagen, or also bone meal. From intestine can be produced sausage casing and surgical sutures, musical instruments, and so from glands and organs, they can be used for pharmaceutical products, medical and xenotransplantation. Blood from the animals, the category 3 material can be used for pharmaceutical factories, and like blood meal. Hair and wool for textile and extraction of keratin. Feather like hydrolyzation and fertilizer. And feed like for heating oil or biogas, and so. The production of animal, according EFRA, or European Food Producers and Rendered Association, every year are produced in European Union about are killed, slaughtered 328 million of pigs, sheep, and goats and cattle, 6 billion poultry, and from these animals is 42% of the bovine animal weight are byproducts. From pigs, 34%, and from poultry, around 25%. That's high amount, and it means around 5 million of ton from the category of 1 and 2. 1 and from category 2 and 3, 12 million tons of animal byproducts are processed and is produced, for example, 1 million ton of solid fuel each year for the operation of power of this rendering plant and cement production. From the category 3 material, animal byproduct is produced 186,000 ton of edible fats for use of confectionery and cooking, 1.67 million ton of processed animal protein, replacing soybean in the preparation of pet food, and 1.52 million ton of processed animal fat that replaces palm oil in chemical and animal feed industry. And also from this category 3 animal byproduct, we can reach 99,000 ton of processed animal protein, replacing fish feed produced from catched fish. Then also high amount of quantity of good fertilizer, which supply phosphorus and nitrogen. The recovery of resources from animal byproducts can have a major contribution to the circular economy, and this can be carried out through composting for the production of soil improvers and fertilizer, anaerobic digestion for the production of biogas and liquid fertilizer, and rendering for the production of fat and protein flour. And also some edible byproduct, gelatina, then collagen and other valuable substances can be also be extracted from the animal byproduct, as well as hide, skin from fallen or slaughtered animals. Rendering process therefore contributes to sustainability. It improves the economy by ensuring that animal products are reused for economic uses and where safe re-enter the supply chain as feed, fuel, and also fertilizer. Thank you for your attention.
Hello. Are there any questions?
Yes, Adam. We are saying we shall need to cooperate with you on the issue of the regulations, especially and more. The time we made presentation, the minister said they want reference of the say the European law, so that we can benchmark some of that legal aspect. Because it is very detailed. We might not have a very good legal framework like we have now. So we shall consider that in part of the cooperation purpose.
Additionally, I would like to give a word to Natalie, which will say more about current situation in Rwanda and Burundi. She's going to give a very quick 4 slides presentation, which will deal with the current situation in Rwanda according to our feasibility study.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Natalie can make a summary.
Yes, yes. After this, we will do the summary and we will wrap it up.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll just go through a few information we gathered during the writing a feasibility study about animal waste processing practices in Rwanda. The current situation with feathers, there is practically non-existing processing for feathers as a byproduct in Rwanda. Chickens, when they are sold by traditional farmer, they are sold alive or ready to cook. That means that the feathers are not used and being thrown away, but the feathers are forbidden to be washed away into the sewage according to RURA guidelines. Abattoirs are disposing of animal waste on the landfills, but there is also a stipulation that the contaminated food scraps, animal parts, etc. must be buried in the trench and should be covered with at least 500 millimeters of soil. The current situation with the usage of hooves and horns. Hooves are usually thrown away or sometimes used in a bone meal. Horns are used for the production of decorative items. We found one company currently operating in Rwanda called Cow Horns Rwanda Limited that is using the horns of Inyambo Rwandan cows for making buttons and other decorative items. Constraints in utilization of the byproducts of the slaughterhouses in Rwanda. One of the biggest one is the limited number of modern abattoirs that could have also machinery to process any other animal byproducts. There are also many small local slaughterhouses that they are producing a small amount of waste, and the collection of these waste would be problematic and costly. Collection of the bones is another constraint because deboning is usually done either at home or at the restaurants. This means that the collection of the bones is very difficult and makes bones hard to collect for future processing. Also, a lack of trained personnel is one of the constraints. There is a lack of technically trained and scientific personnel in this area of byproducts utilization, and we didn't find any university program to train such personnel. Lack of processing facilities that would be in the vicinity of the abattoirs or slaughterhouses is another problem. Also, there is a lack of markets because there is no organized supply for the animal byproducts. Therefore, there is lack of markets for them, even though there is potential for it. With Rokovia, we are trying to bring a solution to these problems. First of all, the close cooperation with the government is necessary. It is necessary to pass the law on animal waste collection, where it would be stipulated that in the waste producers would have to dispose of the animal waste, feathers, hooves, horns to the collection points or processing factory. Otherwise, she would be penalized for non-compliance and pollution and contamination of groundwater, air, etc. What it would mean in practice, each animal waste producer should bring the animal waste to the collection points, for which they would receive from the processor, Rokosan, Rwanda money or other bonuses. For example, fertilizers or money, special tokens to be paid in various types of fertilizers, or Rokosan checks for discount purchases at distributors and agro dealers or at farmers for their products. There are two big benefits of collection points. That would be the collection of raw materials in the Rwanda and a neighboring country, and also creation of employment opportunities. Next logical steps, as my colleague already mentioned, after establishing a Rokosan Rwanda processing factory, is the establishment of rendering plant that would process all the animal waste from Rwanda. Rokosan Rwanda is currently looking into this investment as well. The lack of trained personnel could be solved with cooperation with our Slovak universities that could provide some training in waste processing education. And this is the end of the presentation. Are there any questions? Hello?
Yeah, you are clear now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thanks, Nathalie. Thanks for the very brief presentation. The attendees here have a lot of questions, like how much quantity amino acid, if it's not confidential, how much feathers or horns, hooves, and bones can make 1 liter of, say, Rokosan liquid fertilizer. Yes, just an estimation.
For 1 ton of Rokosan, we need 300 kg of feather.
200 kg.
For 1 ton, for 1,000 liters of Rokosan, we need 300 kg of feathers. Že koľko na 1 liter potrebujeme peria? That means that for 1 liter, we need 300 grams of feathers.
300 grams of feathers?
Yes.
For 1 liter?
Yes.
There is also another question. What about the horns and bones and hooves? That's an alternative raw material, right?
Yes. A koľko potrebujete na to rohov a kopít? Na 1 liter. Because we usually do the calculation for 1 ton, not for liter.
Okay, let's do for 1 ton, no problem.
For 1 ton, we need 500 kg of horns and hooves to make a liquid fertilizer Rokosan.
Very good. Since Adam made the presentation before, communication was very good. We wish to come back to the issue of the estimated quantities you found in Rwanda, the statistics used. We need to understand the shortage. Like, what we have is like 554. What can be produced currently is like 554 metric tons of feathers, and we need 8,000, right?
8,000 tons, yes.
For annual production.
Yes.
So what about the horns, hooves, and bones? What is the rate of what we have, so that we estimate how much we need? In terms of in terms of boosting livestock.
Could you please repeat the question? I will.
You go to this side, require 20,000 horns, hooves, and bones, 20,000 metric tons for annual production of, yeah. We want to know how much is the difference that is between what is currently in Rwanda and what we need so that we run the factory. That would be the ratio.
Do you mean the difference between poultry and hooves and horns?
They're not enough.
Okay, so if you're asking about
the difference between hooves and horns and why there is a different requirement is because of the density of the material, and because poultry feather, it also contains the water. So this is the main reason. If we are talking about hooves and horns, is mostly solid material, but poultry feather is usually around 50% water, and the composition is totally different.
Yeah.
So this is why we need 500 kilograms per ton of liquid fertilizer from hooves and horns, and only 300 kilograms of the liquid product from poultry feather. However, what is very interesting, when we put those two raw materials in comparison, we have the same product in the end. So this is why it's perfect, because it's interchangeable. And since we know that currently there is not enough poultry feather in Rwanda, we can start production just from hooves and horns. And then later on, when the new planned poultry farms will open, we will switch to new raw material. However, we can utilize even the small amount of poultry feather there is. As it is now. However, most of the material which will be used will be hooves and horns.
Thanks very much. Before I give the floor to somebody else, you have pointed it out very clearly. It is very beneficial for the farmers that the Rokosan is bringing a solution for their products. It is very beneficial that the smaller farmers especially can layer more chicken, because it is possible on small land. It is not capital intensive, and with a ready market, it means the population is going to benefit very, very highly. So we need to stimulate chicken farming.
Yes. Yes, I have to completely agree with you, Mr. Dora, because this project is going to give a huge stimulation to the farmers. It will give a motivation to them to start the poultry farms. Because when they will know that they will not get only money for meat and eggs sales, but they will get money also for the utilization of poultry feather, it's going to be a big motivation for many Rwandan families who will sell the feathers directly to us. So I can imagine that many single mothers can make a lot of money at the site by having own chicken farm, and they will make money from meat, from eggs, and also they will sell a poultry feather. So this is a big stimulation of the whole livestock sector in Rwanda.
Exactly. Somebody have a question? Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Maybe mine will not be on the technical issues because I don't really understand technically the way the products is being made. Coming to financial issues, it's an interesting project, comprehensive with many components, which are, as you were just mentioning, motivating farmers as well as other investors. But my question is to know if this project goes along with any financial support, financial investment, or institutions interested in supporting this project. Supporting doesn't mean necessarily free money. That free money does not exist, but maybe where farmers can borrow on a fair interest rate because it's the beginning of the project, which may require long-term investment. Thank you.
So, just to answer your question, we are looking at different types of financing models. Currently, we are able even to get money from European banks. And since we are a Slovak company which is exporting the innovative technologies, we are able to even apply for a loan from Slovak Export-Import Bank. So I think there is many options for us how to move this project forward. Of course, we have even our own capital which will be used, and we will have some funds in our joint venture which will be used to finance this project.
Thank you very much, Adam. There is another small question.
Okay.
It's to do with the small equipment which measure soil pH by dipping it in the soil. Are you aware of such equipment? The farmers can use to understand the acidity or alkalinity. Thank you.
Are you asking about equipment for farmers for the application, if I understand correctly?
For the measurement of pH.
Of the pH. Testy pH vieme tiež robiť pôdne. Yes. Yes. Actually, this is not problem because those tests are not really complicated. And as my father is saying, I'm going to translate. We are going to have a small team of people in our factory who will go directly to the farmers and help them to evaluate the needs of their soil, if they need to raise or lower the pH, or what concrete nutrients do they need? Like if they need to adjust their phosphorus amount, nitrogen amount, we are going to have a specialist and agronomist who will be local skilled personnel who will visit the farmers and adjust the product to their needs.
Which means we need a lot of trainees in that area.
Yes. So my father is saying that we are going to train personnel. We are going to take our experts from Slovakia who will come to Rwanda, and we will do many seminars to prepare our personnel in Rwanda. We will teach them how to do the precise agriculture.
Yeah, I think we can train existing agronomists with agricultural background, like extension personnel, so that they have these skills and they will be doing both marketing as well as sensitizing the farmers on the use of Rokosan products. Would that go together?
Yes, of course. This is a perfect symbiosis.
Okay. Somebody else have a question?
Mine is to ask, is there any strategy of Rokosan to collaborate with the existing initiatives working in the organic sector here in Rwanda. A kind of thing.
Yes. Yes, of course. We are planning to cooperate with existing subjects in Rwanda. We conducted the study and we saw that there are many very interesting organizations which are going to be our close partners. And after we will take these steps, because currently we need to finish up with the field testing. And we are waiting for our shipment of fertilizer to come to Rwanda. Later on, we are going to distribute the products through our partners to specific organizations, and we want to have a very close relationship and like build a long-lasting partnership.
Thank you.
Okay, so of course, we are looking forward to work with everybody who is willing to change Rwanda into more a green country.
Sure, we are ready.
I'm glad to hear that. Okay, are there any other questions?
I think we shall need a summary from the moderator,
Mm-hmm.
who is also our from.
Okay, so we would like to have Mr. Stefan, our project guarantor, to say some words to summarize the project.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear Rwandan friends, at the end of this video conference, let me, as a professional guarantor and co-creator of the concept, express my joy at the meaning of its organization. To express my inner conviction that such an exchange of experience and knowledge enriched our Rwandan partners and given them a new impetus and feature a very difficult work of the implementation of our project greening, self-sufficiency and food security in Rwanda. We tried to offer Rwanda the best and experience in solving this comprehensive topic. We have put together a team of passionate experts, specialists who have a really sincere human interest in the implementation of the best knowledge to improve the quality of life of the Rwanda people. Churning, thinking, and solutions also brings with it a change in attitude and habits. For some nations, it took generations to deal with it mentally. Our dear Rwanda friends, even though I was in your beautiful country with my son, only once we left with the conviction that your strong and wise nation simply deserve to have its quality of life constantly improved. Production of organic food, it also increase in immunity and health of the population. And it is so much needed, especially in these bad times. Loss of immunity leads to epidemics such as SARS, Ebola, or the current COVID-19. The loss of nationwide health immunity due to the demands of our lives is an unforgivable mistake and global catastrophe that we are all committing. We are here to leave a better and healthier world for future generations. With our active approach and attitude, Each of us must try to help protect soil, plants, water, and the environment. This might be the main message of this conference. Other video conferences will be specifically and exclusively focused on individual topics according to needs, problematic issues, and interest from the Rwandan side. I am convinced that each of us food inspirations here, and we spread a positive message and friendship between the still distant but mentally close nations of Slovakia and Rwanda. Thank you very much and welcome to Slovakia.
Well, Dr. Rasavilu, politiki e ekonomii.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stefan, for your very nice words to summarize this beautiful event. I would like to ask you if you would like to add something to say what did you like about this event, and what would you like to maybe discuss more in next meetings? Because I want to assure you that this is not the last meeting we are going to have. We plan to have more specific agroforums in the future, where we will speak more about our products and how we can improve the situation in Rwanda. However, please take this event as a pilot and a big step forward to make our dreams come true.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that was actually very helpful, and it was a day that, to be honest, all of us learned a lot, and also shared, experience from the two countries. And I believe that we all share the same vision. I'm happy that from the time that we started this, session, the whole, point has been how we can develop the agriculture in Rwanda, but also support our community. And I would really want to emphasize what Dr. Stephen has just, said, and you also said it actually, that this is the initial stage. We're just now starting actually the whole process. And I think we all agree that at the end of this, is seeing something tangible taking place in Rwanda, particularly from what I learned, today, is the relationship that exists between different aspects that are related to this particular project. I'm saying here in terms of research, I really enjoyed a lot what the two professors actually, discussed, because in any case, research will inform about, what needs to be done and how. So I really liked it a lot. But again, coming back on the business side, in terms of the industry, what they are doing is actually marvelous. We really liked a lot because we are seeing now innovation. When Indoro was asking about calculations in terms of how many quantities of feeder can produce maybe how many liters of fertilizer, and I remember when you actually introduced this project to me the other day, I said actually that this maybe cannot happen, because I couldn't imagine how a feeder is fed from, chicken and all of that would produce fertilizer that can use to produce other products. That's not usual. So that's innovation, and that's what we're looking for. And for me, I would say that, well, probably statistics might not be telling us the truth in terms of the quantity of what we have today, because of the existing dynamics in the sector. Feeder are not actually the business that we know. They are not actually traditionally known here. But I'm sure by the time you start this business, by the time you start now telling people to supply feeder, it's going to be a product that everybody will have to be engaged in. So with that, of course, I was now thinking of how can we come up with a strategy to ensure that this initiative is also promoted to all people in all sectors in different places. And that's why I was maybe saying that if possible, maybe for the next meeting, if you can maybe divide these things according to the areas of focus to ensure that we get actually buy-in from different people. Today you have especially people that are already in the sector, the production, that are using fertilizer. So that's about the commercialization and the production. You have heard, the questions they're asking, the partnership, when the product is going to be available in Rwanda and all of that. That's their main interest. But you also have some other people that can also support the sector to grow. One of them are the research institutions, which I think would be actually appropriate also to partner with the NITRA in this initiative. And I would probably think of having like a separate forum. We can maybe agree together when this can be organized. Indora is here. We can work on this, all of us, to ensure that we have now a separate, forum that talks about the research aspect. Because I'm sure this research aspect is going to inform also how Rwanda is going to implement the project, make it, profitable, and also extending it to, wider group or community of this country and even the region actually. Because I'm sure it's going to be a product, not only for Rwanda but also for Africa. So having that, coming up with that strategy on how this research can help in terms of driving what needs to be done, it's also paramount. So I would think of how can we also strengthen this aspect of research to ensure that the knowledge you have then in Slovakia can also be extended here, with our research people being part of that, and what becomes a way of also building the capacity of our local, workforce. So if that's agreeable, we can take it as one of our points to be taken from this meeting, and then work around on how we can organize that. The other thing, of course, was about the availability of the products on the market, which for me, I think if they're all hovering around the industrial, aspects of this business. You showed us the architectural design of the factory, what makes it and all of that. I'm sure, of course, the technology will come in terms of the machinery and of course, financing, as part of it. At a later stage for us, we also need to know the costs of having, that material or output to be used by our farmers and other people that we see in the room here that have that, interest. So once you know the cost, of course, that would be very helpful also for us. But I think that, of course, will come in at a later stage once maybe the business plan is ready, you have gone into your financial modeling and all of that. And the other part, of course, is on the policy. I remember that when you were here last time, you met the high-level government officials, including the minister and the Minister of Agriculture, who is the custodian of this, agriculture sector in Rwanda. You have seen that they actually would want to see the project, taking place. And the thing that you mentioned in the presentation, in terms of coming up with a law, especially that ensures that the waste management systems are very well, are taken care in terms of how these resources can be mobilized. I think that those things, of course, will be designed by the time that we see you're now coming up with the implementation plan. So I think in a nutshell, to be honest, I would say that we are very much interested in this. And we are very much also committed, being on the part of government, but also your local partner, who has actually been working tirelessly to ensure that we get, kind of strong cooperation from the government institutions. So I can assure you that we'll keep on and ensure that this, of course, happens. And I would be happy, of course, if possible, to agree together from this meeting when maybe we could have like the next discussion, and maybe what would be the focus for that discussion. Shall we go now into the research part? Shall we go now into the industrial part? I was talking to him that if you give us like details regarding the land that is required, we're going to work around that, and we have already started. I think we shall come up with a proposal of different sites, and maybe if engineers are okay, they can propose to us which area we think that this can be implemented. But of course, that timeline would help us in terms of knowing now how can take things forward. It can help us, to come up with that, timeline. The rest, of course, will be the questions that came up from the presentation, especially on the data. So you can share with us the a list of questions that you have with regard to data. You talked about rainfall, precipitation, temperature, and all of that. We can collect, the data, of course, with the collaboration with Ndore and the team, and then share with you the information that is reliable from the reliable sources. I think with that, I would personally, and on behalf of colleagues here, Jeffrey and the others in the room, thank you so much for the initiative. And please don't stop, don't get tired until you get these things, happening, because it's going to be beneficial for all of us, and want to see it, happen. Thank you so much, and look forward for the next, step. If you can probably propose to us what's going to be the next stage. Thank you.
So I would like to thank you very much for your speech. I have to say that we are really pleased by the results and how did this event went because we are very happy that we are making some specific steps in this project, because we are thinking that we should not only have big words, but we should take a big action. We are really glad that you are looking into a very systematic process, and we can assure you that we are going to inform you in advance about what are our next steps and what are going to be the next meetings about. Of course, we will have meetings about construction, and we will also have meetings about product utilization itself, which will be more oriented to the farmers. So I would like to say once again, big thank you that you spent the whole day with us, and that you take this opportunity to get a lot of information from our scientists and from ourselves. And we are sure that now we can build something bigger. And I hope that our next meeting will be already much more set in stone, because I hope that soon we will have field tests conducted in Rwanda, so we will be much more sure-footed and will be able to take action. So once again, I would like to thank you in regards of our whole company and all of the attendees. I have to say that you have been excellent people to have a conference with, because you engaged us very well in the discussions. And I would like to give you our personal thanks, and specifically to Mr. Ndore and Mr. Cedric, who were facilitating this Agroforum on our behalf on the Rwandan part. So thank you very much, and we hope that our next meeting is going to happen soon. Yes.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all pleasant weekend. Thank you.